Chair Russell, we are streaming. You can start the meeting on your call.
Great, thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting on budget, where we will be talking about parks and recreation and also planning and development. My name is Paul Russell. I represent Lower Sackville. It is 9:34, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes, of which there are, as part of calling the meeting to order, I'd like to acknowledge that we are that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. So at this point, as is standard with the virtual meetings, I'd like to run through a mic and audio check for everybody. And let's start with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Councillor Daigle Gammon might not be with us yet. Okay, Councillor Hensby, good morning from District 2.
Bonjour, everyone. This is a reminder that this weekend is the Heritage Day weekend on Monday, and we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the landscape of Grand Pré, the heritage of the Acadian people. So I just want to make sure we acknowledge that. Plus, my Chesapeake community. Bonjour. Bon fête.
That's awesome. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Good morning, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The power has just gone out in Fall River District 1. So I'm trying this on my phone. The sound is a little bit difficult, but I'll do my best to participate.
Thank you for letting us know, and good luck with the power. Good luck around the municipality with power. Let's move ahead to District 3, Councillor Kent. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put a little shout out to my dad. February 22nd will be his birthday. I don't usually do this, but I won't get a chance another day. And I'm not sure that he's listening, but it means something to me. He's my hero. So just say it. Nice.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Councillor Kent. District 4, Councillor Purdy, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Just waiting in anticipation of power outage. So we'll see.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. District 5, Councillor Austin, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. District 6, Councillor Mancini, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Happy birthday to Councillor Kent's dad. That's awesome. I do want to acknowledge a birthday. My son Lucas's birthday today. He's turning 27. Lucas, nobody makes us laugh as much as you do, pal. We love you very much. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Mason, District 7, whose birthday is it in your family?
No birthdays today, but Lucas is pretty good, and I haven't met Becky's dad, and I'm sure he's great. So happy birthday to both of them, and happy to get started on budget today.
Great, thank you. Councillor Smith, District 8, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues. Same thing here, power is flickering, so hopefully I can join you if I can.
Super, thank you. Councillor Cleary, District 9, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, residents. Ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Morris, District 10, good morning.
Good morning, all. All set to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Cuddle, District 11, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Pretty windy out there. I was a little late logging on because I was chasing my garbage bag down the road. So just a reminder to people out there to watch for flying debris.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Stoddard, District 12, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. And since we're talking birthdays, it's my baby sister's birthday today. So a shout out to her. Thank you.
Oh, good stuff. Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor Lovelace, District 13, good morning.
Bonjour, I'm very happy to be here. Excited for the day ahead. It seems like it's going to be a full schedule. So giddy up, let's get going.
Absolutely. Councillor Blackburn, District 14, good morning. Councillor Blackburn is not with us. The bunker must not have power right yet. Councillor Outfit, District 16, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, from rather miserable Bedford Wentworth today, but just sending out thanks and respect to those who are out working in this today. We're lucky we can be indoors, but to those keeping us safe and battling this weather, respect and thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Gonna have a good day, and a special thank you to Cole Caulfield this morning. Way to go, Tony Mancini. You might understand that.
There you go. Good stuff. Thank you.
Have not.
I'd like to move ahead with the meeting. Thank you for the mic and audio check, everybody, or the mic and video check. The approval of the minutes is the next item on the agenda, and there are no minutes to approve today. The next item is the order of the approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. Can I have someone move those, please?
I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Seconded. Seconded by Councillor Mason. Are there any changes to the order of business? Not hearing any. All in favor of the order of business for today, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Great, we have an order of business, which, as a reminder again, is public participation first, and then we will be finishing with parks, continuing with the list that we had at the end of the last meeting. We are on the main motion, and I am just pasting the speakers list into the chat, and then we will move ahead with planning and development once we have finished with parks. But prior to that, we have the call for declaration of conflict of interest. And not seeing any, thank you. Next, we have public participation. As a reminder to those watching from home, in order to have signed up as a speaker, the deadline was 4:30 p.m. the business day prior to today. And this is standard for all of our committee of the whole meetings on budget. We have 3 speakers signed up for today's meeting. Any member of the public who has registered with the clerk's office on this matter will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. When I call your name, you may unmute your mic and begin speaking. The first 3 speakers on the list are Shalom Mandeville, who is joining us by phone, Sadie Quinn, and Courtney Dunsby. Shalom, are you with us this morning?
Well, there goes your bid for mayor there, Mr. Chair. You came so close.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Shalom. Yes, Shalom, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yes,
Mr.
go
Chair.
ahead. Go ahead.
Please worship the mayor.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, please worship the mayor, all councillors, and any of the staff listening and the public. Before I even forget, I want to compliment one of the municipal clerk's office, Leslie Neek, very highly. She's been very helpful to me. Okay, so I take my hat off to her. I am by education what they call as applied limnologist. That means specialist in lake science. And there are other people in my group, Soil and Water Conservation Society Metro Halifax. They're pretty highly qualified internationally. So this presentation is basically about lake carrying capacities based on phosphorus. Okay. So can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we can see a slide.
Sorry. Can you show the first slide, Municipal Clerk?
We have the Paper Mill Lake Watershed slide up.
No, there's a whole list of them. We have done about 1,000 lakes, which covers almost all of Metro Halifax. We also did lakes beside it, and we're going to do another 500 because we were kind of going to retirement, but we are coming out of retirement. Most of us are in the 80s now, by the way. So anyway, The lake carrying capacity is based on phosphorus. That concept has been known for a very long time. Okay, going back to the 70s, when I took courses in limnology from a British scientist in India as well as Europe, this is what we learned, that you had to be willing to put controls on development based on lake carrying capacities. In simple English, lake carrying capacities means how much of the development will be responsible for so much phosphorus. And I've given a pretty big list. I'm not going to go over that. A lot of people think phosphorus comes from fertilizers only, and that's incorrect. You also get phosphorus in animal and pig feces, wastewater treatment discharges, pumping stations, and this is unbelievable. I didn't see this anything in any of the consultant studies. By the way, I've read all the consultant studies, and this is only a critique, not a criticism, but a critique. There's quite a bit of phosphorus, one of the compounds called phosphorus pentoxide in gasoline and the different oils and brake fluids. So if you go on any of the streets, if you look at it very closely, with some sort of a, even a field microscope, you can see oil slicks, and they have quite high phosphorus. And when it rains, most of it goes into the lakes, okay? Some of it goes into the harbor. I'm not that concerned because harbor is so large, but the lakes. So anyway, I've given the list of the lakes we've done, and if you can show the second one with the graph, I want to discuss that. If not, we'll run out of time.
We are looking at the Paper Mill Lake watershed at this point.
Okay, that one, if you look at it, I don't see it in the picture. Maybe there's a delay, I understand. At the bottom of it, where it says B plus A, it stands for background plus aerial deposition. I did not take out the aerial deposition, even though in our Excel files it's there, but that's what the natural background is. So in order for our lakes in Nova Scotia, it applies all to Nova Scotia. If you want close to what do you call clear, it has to be at the bottom. When we sample Kearney and what's the other, like Paper Mill? Yeah, I got hundreds of these graphs, by the way, to cover all the lakes. So when we sampled Kearney and Paper Mill, it wasn't that bad, to be truthful. But when I look at the data of a hedge fund, which they collected between 2006 and 2011, yeah, there it is. Do you see where it says B plus A? That's the pristine thing. So when we sampled in 1990, it was on the borderline, on the mesotrophic. Now they're in the center. But if you take a lot of the Dartmouth lakes, where I live, okay, it's on the borderline between meso and eutro. That's not acceptable. And people in Dartmouth have been complaining very much, and our MLA had a public meeting, says that councillors for Districts 5 and 6 are aware of it. They were at a meeting 2 years ago. And so the whole idea is to bring it down. One of the obvious ways is to, I'm almost running out of time, so I'll be very quick, is to stop development altogether. And we know it's not possible. So you can do a lot of things by street cleaning and rain gardens and treatment and stormwater treatment. And Mr. Chair, I thank you very much. And I also want everybody to know that he spent a whole hour with me trying to fix a problem with my laptop. I appreciate the chairman.
Not a problem. Thank you very much, Salome. It's good to hear from you, and it's good to have this information on the lakes. I appreciate that. Mr. Clerk, would we be getting a copy of this graph and the presentation from Shalom?
Chair Russell, the slides in the presentation today were submitted as correspondence to all members of council.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
2024, Russell Walker. Paul Walser.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list this morning is Sadie Quinn, and after Sadie, we have Courtney Dunsby. Sadie, are you with us this morning?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good. Not a problem. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So again, my name is Sadie Quinn. I'm a second-year student at the University of King's College and a youth climate organizer with School Strike for Climate Halifax. I'm speaking to you today on the issue of fully funding Halifax on behalf of the many youth who are concerned about our future. This month, Nova Scotia has experienced extreme weather that left thousands of people without power and caused significant infrastructure damage. We're maybe going to see more of that today. Storms like these are only going to become more frequent and more intense. Importantly, the effects of the climate crisis will not be felt equally. Those who already find themselves vulnerable and marginalized will continue to slip through the cracks if we do not take urgent action. We have no choice but to adapt. The lives and livelihoods of Nova Scotians depend on it. As a young person living in a time where the effects of the climate crisis are becoming too obvious to ignore, I fear for my future. I fear what will happen if leaders don't treat the climate emergency like the emergency it truly is. But I also feel hopeful that those in power will do the right thing. Plans like Halifax 2050 give me hope by showing me that critical work has already been done to understand what we need to do to avoid the worst effects of climate change, while strengthening our communities and making Halifax a safe and equitable place to live. The final chapter of Halifax 2050 includes, quote, 7 priority actions that enable Halifax to remain within the low carbon pathway. The 7th of these actions is creating a financing strategy to operationalize the Halifax 2050 plan over 30 years. The need for funding is written into the plan itself. You now have the opportunity to follow through. I understand that creating a budget is a long and complex process, and the prospect of debt is unsettling. But what is even more unsettling is not taking sufficient action for fear of an unbalanced budget. When was the last time you saw people in the streets yelling about debt? I think I've seen a lot more climate protests than protests about the budget not being balanced. We need to spend what it takes to prevent the worst effects of climate change, because the biggest costs will result from inaction. As detailed in the Halifax plan, every dollar spent now means saving $6 in the future. I urge you to vote in favor of fully funding Halifax, which will fuel the groundbreaking work outlined in the plan and ensure that the HRM is on the right path at this time of crisis. I need you to advocate for me, my fellow youth, and all residents of Chipuktuk. Many youth are disillusioned with governments because we've received many great promises and little concrete action. In addition to being a growing voting bloc, youth are those who will experience the results later of the decisions you make now. Please do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sadie, for your presentation. You should be able to see a number of councillors applauding. They appreciate your efforts. We all appreciate your efforts. I don't mean to exclude myself. I don't see anybody who would be looking to ask a question for clarification. So again, thank you very much for that. The next speaker on the list is Courtney Dunsby. Courtney, are you with us this morning?
Hi, can you hear me and see me?
We can hear you and see you. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you before, but in any case, my name is Courtney Dunsby and I am the Sustainable Cities Coordinator with the Ecology Action Center. In my role, I monitor municipal urban planning issues, I coordinate our HRM Alliance, and I advocate for complete communities and a connected green network. You've already heard from some of my colleagues with respect to the Transportation and Public Works budget and the Parks and Recreation budget. And I'll echo their messages just quickly on how integral a range of transportation options, including active transportation networks, rapid transit and sufficient infrastructure, as well as an access to a broad park spectrum is. Action on these items is fundamental to achieving HRM's strategic priority plan vision, which is fostering the growth of healthy and vibrant communities, a strong and diverse economy, and a sustainable environment. HRM is growing. That is a fact. I think it was Councillor Mason at Committee of the Whole in January who said, how do we want our districts to double or more in population, and how do we prepare our residents for change? People want to move here for the quality of life the city has to offer. So how do we develop in a way that we retain all of these assets, and how do we look at this growth as an opportunity to shape the city in a sustainable and resilient way? Overhauling the regional plan, undertaking the secondary plan and bylaw simplification program, beginning a new suburban and rural plan, that's a lot of work. And so I'd like to take a second to really acknowledge and thank the planning department for all of this work. EAC is generally excited to see support by way of 7 or so new FTEs for a new team focused on improving housing supply across the housing spectrum, including providing affordable housing. Our major concern, however, is that as HRM grows, we lose sight of Council's vision as adopted in the priority plan, the Green Network Plan, Integrated Mobility Plan, and Halifax 2050. There's but a single line in the planning budget and business plan acknowledging the ongoing work to develop and implement these priority plans, and no new resources proposed. Those planning and development approvals are accelerated to meet the increased pressure for housing. Concurrent work needs to be done to ensure that we don't perpetuate other problems like urban sprawl, gentrification, or worsening of the climate and biodiversity crisis, which was just so well presented on. So though EAC largely endorses these priority plans, they are great in principle. They lack the teeth to be delivered on in practice. Time and time again, community groups, local residents, and even the councillors on this call have lost out to unwanted development because of legalese or the planning tools that just don't exist to protect valuable ecosystems over development rights. And an example of this is wetlands. You know, they buffer storms, they safeguard against drought, they're critical for biodiversity, but they're being infilled and polluted, and HRM is losing wetlands from development at a faster rate than anywhere else in the province, even though there's a study in 2020 that pointed to, I think it was 10 billion in savings from carbon sequestration. Most of Halifax's plans to better protect wetlands and initiate naturalization fall under the Halifax Green Network Plan. Yet the Green Network Plan was mentioned only once in the planning budget and business plan, and wetlands obviously not at all. Really, I'm only echoing what I've heard from other councillors on this call before. Councillor Morris's motion in January, Committee of the Whole, to investigate how the planning department and other departments are working together to deliver on these priority plans. Councillor Blackburn's motion in November, initiating an independent ecological boundary study for a park that's under huge development pressure. Councillor Cuddle's motion in September to better protect coastal areas. I could go on, but I'll just sort of close by saying if planning school taught me anything, it's that the budget is the ultimate planning document. And I'm here today just sort of to push the envelope a little in saying that planning for complete
I would
community.
just like to interrupt Courtney and mention that you've got 15 seconds left.
That's not a problem. Just ending by saying that planning for complete communities, including the environment, adequate resourcing of existing priority plans, principally the Green Network Plan, and focused coordination across business units to achieve these goals is just simply not reflected in the planning budget and business plan. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Courtney, for that presentation. There's no question that a lot of us are taking that into consideration as we move forward. And thank you to everybody for your presentations today. We will, again, absolutely take those into consideration. But we are moving forward with the Parks and Recreation budget. We had made a couple of motions for a couple of the items on the budget adjustment list last time. And at this point, we are starting with Councillor Daigle Gammon on the main motion. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Oh, let's hope this works, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so very, very much. You're this small on my screen on my phone, so you know, a tech guru I'm not, but hopefully we'll make it through. Just wanted to say thank you very, very much to Maggie and the team for the beautiful report and the presentation. I think on Wednesday there were some shout outs that different councillors made, and I would need to say that Rob Mullane has probably saved my bacon. He's been so supportive for every one of us in District 1, and I really wanted to say thank you to him for his great work. There's a couple of things that, you know, we're anxiously waiting for, and that is the rural recreation strategy as well as the playing field strategy. So it seems to be that we need them before we're going to start to see any movement in terms of infrastructure for Parks and Rec in District 1, which has us a little bit concerned. Hello, are you still there?
You're good, Councillor Daigle Gammon. It might help if you turn off your video.
Shall I keep going? You guys are getting broken up on that end.
If you turn off your video, it might help.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. It wasn't a good hair day anyway. Where am I at? Okay, so with those through the rural rec strategy, I'm just wondering in the playing field strategy, a lot of times these strategies are done and there is good input, but before they're finalized, the districts that are most impacted by them, I'm wondering if those councillors are able to have a conversation with Parks and Rec before the strategy is finalized so that we can make sure that some of the concerns are being addressed in the strategies. Excuse me. The other thing is that happens, we get so much green space from developers, but as green space with no action plan associated with it. And I'm wondering where and how do we start making a good plan for how do we use those green spaces? How do we develop them? I have a big concern around the multi-district facilities. I've heard a lot from our community about a lack of access. We do cover their deficits, so the tax dollars contribute to them. Yet we don't follow all of the same regs of HRM facilities, such as ensuring that the living wage policy is a part of that. And I think, I remember Councillor Cleary, I think, has a motion coming, or had a motion there to talk about that. So MDS, I do think that we need to have a different look about how they operate, how we cover their deficits, and then the policies that they need to apply to. The new fee structure that has come up, I know the intention was not to have big spikes in people's fees, but we've got a group that does pickleball, and they're going to go from $42 an hour to $100 plus, and they were told to form a nonprofit because otherwise they're going to be perceived as corporate when it comes to booking the pickleball. So that doesn't really make sense to me, and I'm hoping that was just an error and they can be considered under the adult fee structure. When it comes to the insurance of the over budget on the rinks, oh my goodness, the conversation on Wednesday about, we were told it would go in the budget. Councillor Mason, was very clear. Maybe we should be saying it'll go in the budget as an over, and then you'll have to vote on it. That end of the conversation didn't happen. On the rink insurance part of the over on the budget, we have already committed to the projects that were selected. In Waverly, there's one. I think the insurance cost was just over $2,000. So to say that that's an over where it's already been committed, are we going to go back to those 5 projects that were selected and say, sorry, it didn't get passed on the over budget, so we're not going to be able to meet our commitment? So I do think that we need to have a conversation about the over budget on the rink. That's my list for now. I'll come back if I have power and internet, but that's as best as I can do in the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Go ahead, Maggie.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the questions, and thank you, and well, certainly if he's not listening, pass those thanks along to Rob Mullane as well. On the question with respect to the rural recreation strategy and the playing field strategy, with respect to the rural recreation strategy, we are coming back to the Community Planning and Economic Development Committee. We anticipate in March with a what we heard document, so there's certainly opportunity at that point to connect with councillors on sort of the direction that's shaping up in, and happy to connect with any councillor on the playing field strategy as we move forward and come to the end on that one. In terms of the multi-district, I may not be taking these in order. The multi-district facilities. One of the items that we're looking at this year is to look at, can we bring them into our affordable access program? On the question of living wage, that was so just 2 points on the question of living wage. For HRM, it does not apply to our employees, and the same is true. We did not, when council approved that living wage component of the procurement policy, it was not applicable to MDFs at that time. Certainly, if council wanted to make a motion, we could come back and provide information on what the impact of that would be if we were to require that. With respect to pickleball, we can follow up on that, but to be eligible for the nonprofit rate, a group does have to form a nonprofit under the Societies Act. We can certainly look at that. The adult rate, I don't know off the top, but it may be the same as the corporate rate. So we can certainly take that offline and look into it and follow up if need be. With the question on insurance, so for the 2021-22 budget year, the year that we're in right now, where we've had groups apply and have indicated that they've been successful, that funding came from general contingency. So this year, the current year that we're in, is funded. It's the 22-23 piece that is on the over list. So it would be for next year's program that we'd be looking for an over. And on the question on parks and parkland dedication, I'm going to throw that one over to my colleague Nalini Naidu, if she could make a comment there.
Hi, good morning, Chair, through you to the councillor. I'm thinking the question is about the parkland dedication that comes through our subdivision process. Councillor Daigle Gammon, is that the process you're asking me about?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Yes. So there are some stronger links that our team is putting in place with the planning department and the subdivision process, so we can have a good inventory of what we're acquiring, what we've already acquired throughout the last couple of years, and kind of analyze that from a capital projects perspective and determining which years to undertake that work in. So there is some work to be done there. We are aware of it, and our team has already started those discussions.
That's fantastic to know. Thank you, Nalini.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle Gammon, does that address your questions?
It does for now, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Super. Thank you very much. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Hensby. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions in regards to the our community facilities that we have group organizations doing our management for us, the community facility agreements, management agreements, whatever the case may be. I believe there's supposed to be some subsidy or an assistance in the budget for them this year to cope with the COVID ramifications. Just kind of curious about what kind of equity to access will it be? There's always been a situation where I have one seniors group in one of my community or facilities don't pay rent, where they got to pay rent in another facility, and the senior groups are talking to one another and saying, well, how is that the case? So I was kind of curious, will there be equity of access for all of our groups that are vulnerable groups, such as our seniors organizations that have very limited capacity, either financially or with fundraising opportunities? So that was one question I had, and I'll wait for an answer on that one before I ask my others, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, in terms of the facility, the partner facilities, they under the agreements that we have, they really have the opportunity to set, for example, their own rates. They have some autonomy to do that. Our exploration of the affordable access program will start with our larger facilities, the multi-district facilities. If there were specific instances, we could certainly follow up directly with facilities to see if there's anything that we can, information that we can provide. But they do have that autonomy to set their rates according to how they see fit.
My other question in regards to all the recreational projects we have, hopefully in the queue for budgets and stuff, have we been applying to any of the other funding programs like the provincial government has for recreational facility development, stuff like that? So I got community groups and organizations who want to augment some of our recreation projects, but I want to know is if there's a way that we could capitalize that synergy but also applying for provincial programs. You know, for instance, I have a tender quote going out for the Peace Park of Musqueam Harbor. There's an RFQ gone out for that. So I'm just gonna let you know is how can we take that project and couple it with some other nearby projects for a dog park or river access park in Musqueam Harbor, because they're just meters away from one another, and the community groups and organizations and people want to see these amenities. So I'd like to know in regards to, are we taking our advantages of leverage for these other funding programs?
So we do, so certainly for our own projects that are in the capital budget, we do look for funding opportunities, and we've been successful this year with the federal government on a number of items. In terms of our partner facilities, we would work with them if they wanted. We've certainly had instances where they apply to provincial programs, and we support that application. We connect with our facilities group in order to make sure that everything's sort of proceeding in the way that we would expect. But we do look for opportunities either through our partners or directly to look for funding opportunities. So certainly, if you're aware of any potential projects, we're happy to look at that if you think there are things that may be eligible.
All right, and the only other thing is I'll be talking about Sandy Point once again about park acquisition. You know, this is one of our strategic areas in Porter's Lake we need for recreation. It's the largest recreational lake with lots of people around it, but very little access very little public access to the lake, and I think that needs to be addressed. And I'll be discussing that further at a later date in regards to we may have to take this to a higher level to resolve the outstanding differences on the value of the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. We have no further speakers the first time through the list. So going through the list a second time, let's start with the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Maggie. Thanks for coming back and joining us today. I just have a couple of questions. First, I just want to start off with thanking staff for meeting with me to talk about some of the initiatives within the playing field strategy and looking at ways that we can impact that rural recreation strategy moving into the future before it hits CPED. Having those conversations with staff are so important. And although I know that you don't take all my ideas, I do appreciate the opportunity to kind of have those conversations. So thanks for that, and I'm really excited to see that report at CPED next month. I know my community members in the rural areas have been looking forward to it. So on that note, I want to talk about vandalism in parks. And in my chats with staff about vandalism, working with RCMP to attempt to address some of the issues, talking with our safety strategy, looking at ways that we can increase public safety at those parks to reduce some of the vandalism, getting our citizens on patrol back up and running and recruiting for members. My question is how this vandalism across the municipality at our parks and our recreation centers are impacting our budget. What's the dollar amount that we're actually losing from vandalism? And I'm just trying to get a sense of what should we be doing to reduce that cost overall to the budget. The next question I have is around cemeteries. Now, is that something we talk about often? But I do want to give a shout out to Bonnie Murphy. She has been amazing to work with. She's answered all kinds of my questions and has been just really helpful in understanding how cemeteries work at HRM and the role that we have with regards to the uncollected I guess that's the word, uncollected bodies that the province is asking us to assist when families haven't reached out, if an individual has passed away in a hospital, for example, or in a facility. So I just wonder, what can you speak a little bit about that relationship with the province? And, are we receiving funds, for example, from the province for the management of those folks who have passed away and their bodies have not been collected. So I'm looking for a little bit more information around that management aspect with our municipal cemeteries. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Councillor, for the questions. For both of these, actually, I think I'll ask Ray Walsh to respond. He's online with us this morning. Interestingly, when I was with the province, I had some connection with cemeteries there, but haven't had the chance to dig into them, if you'll pardon the pun, here. So I'll ask Ray to come on line and respond to both the questions about vandalism and cemeteries.
Thanks, Maggie, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to get back to you at another time on the cemeteries question. Bonnie and I will be speaking in the coming weeks, and to get a little more information that I can share. I don't have that with me at the moment. In terms of the vandalism in parks, we will be tracking that cost better this coming season. We know that graffiti plays a pretty big part in vandalism. That we do know. We spend about in the ballpark of $70,000 a year to remove graffiti from parks and recreation as well, recreation buildings as well. As part of the new works control section that has been built for the parks division, one of the major aspects of that is being able to actually tag costs to our assets in a more efficient manner, and to respond to residents' requests in a timely manner as well, and track that. The other thing is that we'll be able to, with the help of additional staff that we have in place, we'll be able to get a better idea of what the costs and create those individual service request work order categories that'll help us track that better. Apart from the vandalism, I can just kind of give you a couple examples of some of the vandalism we do see. ATVs are one which it's been tricky to fully eliminate that. Some of the processes we put in place seem to work. We try to limit access to, especially in parks where they have vast woodland areas, and we have made an attempt to limit access in the back country in those particular parks, through whether it's through armor rock or boulders or blocking off in the entryway in some point. We're also going to attempt at additional signage. Some of the, especially the ATV folks, some of them, what we've seen in the past, they don't realize that they're coming from, say, private property or other property into the park, especially if they're coming in the back way. So signage and education will be part of that as well. Yeah, so just to answer your question, I'll get back to you on the cemetery information. And vandalism, we will be tracking that closer. Over the past couple of years, obviously, we've seen quite an uptick in parks, and with that, we've seen an uptick in some of this activity, especially through evenings and weekends. So that's something that we're certainly going to keep our eye on in the future. And just as, if I may, while I have everybody here, I'd like to just explain and apologize for my absence Wednesday. On my way to work Wednesday morning to meet with the Parks Rec team. I was in a car accident, and I went to an emergency just to get some x-rays, get checked out, make sure everything was okay. I wasn't feeling well. after that. Everything's fine. I'm back. I'm home now. So I just wanted to give the Mr. Chair and the councillors and Mr. Mayor here an explanation for my evidence on Wednesday. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ray. I'm very grateful for you to be here today. I'm so glad that you're doing fine and feeling good, and just really appreciate all the work that you do. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I'll come back for a third time.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Next on the list is Councillor Cuddle. Go ahead.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, good morning. Glad to be continuing this discussion. The other item I wanted to bring up was about the multi-service youth center in Spryfield. And noted that is also on the options for over budget at $110,500. Again, this is one of those things that we did approve in the past year as something that is needed in Spryfield. You know, just some facts that, you know, 30% of individuals in the Spryfield area live below the low income measure, and that having a space like this for youth is really needed here. And there's a lot of people who are looking forward to having this amenity. In speaking with staff about this, you know, I think they're also very excited about getting a project going in the Spryfield area. You know, last year we saw the Den in Sackville get up and running. We have the powerhouse downtown. And I'm wondering, in regards to this over, if it is not approved, what are the implications for the multi-youth center in Spryfield?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor, I may ask Angela Green to weigh in as well. I don't know if in this instance there would be options as for other projects to sort of do a partial implementation, or if it would mean that a delay in the implementation of the project until next year. So Angela, perhaps you could weigh in to identify whether there are options sort of to do a partial implementation, or whether it needs a delay.
Hello, Angela Green, Director of Recreation Programming. Thank you for that question. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So in the proposal, the recommendation report that went to council, it was approved to move forward with phase 2 in 2022-23, subject to budget approval. So that's where that the 110,000, that's why we're looking for that in the over category to be supported this year through the budget process. If we don't have the support of those finances, unfortunately, the space that we're going to need to put the multi-service youth center in, as well as the salaries for the staff and so on, we would not be able to fund that through our current operating budget. So that would need to be deferred until we would have the funding available for us to implement the plan to move forward into phase 2 in Spryfield.
Right. So similar to the dog park, you know, you think that when it's approved subject to budget, I would assume that it would be built into the budget, and the budget that we're approving is kind of the global budget for Parks and Rec, not as an addition to the global budget. So you know, I do find this a little bit disheartening that it wasn't built in, particularly where there is such a great need and an ongoing need and a growing need here for such services. So I would like to move that we consider this amount in the BAL list, and so I move that I guess is it Budget Committee consider adding the multi-service youth center phase 2 in Spryfield at $110,500 for the balance adjustment list.
The budget adjustment list. Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second, Councillor Morse.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. We are now talking about adding the multi-service youth center to the budget adjustment list. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddle. You have 5 new minutes.
Yeah, well, I think I said what I had to say before, just that, it's disappointing it wasn't built into the budget. I think this goes back to a bit of the, the puppy discussion. But, it's a very hard thing to say no to a youth center in a community that needs such supports and facilities. So, I think, back, and we've just been talking about this, back when we have these discussions and we make these approvals at regional council in the first place, I think it needs to be better understood about what it means pending budget approval, and where we direct things to be built into the budget and where we consider them overs. I mean, I think that this could have been on the under list as opposed to the over list, that it was built into the budget and it's a decision to remove it as a decision to, as opposed to a decision to add it, given that it was approved. But like back to HRM, we have the overall child poverty rate for Halifax is, this is based on a United Way report from a few years ago, is about 18%. And within our municipality, district by district, that changes from 3% in some communities to over 40% in other in others. And so there's not an equal distribution of issues in communities, and there's some communities within our municipality that do have real and urgent needs around addressing poverty, and having facilities like multi-service youth center is one component to that in supporting the youth. So with that, I hope that my councillor colleagues will support this motion to add this to the ballot list for consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. Go ahead, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Cuddle. I will definitely support this. One of the things we often hear from residents is that there's not enough for youth to do in our communities, and youth at risk in particular. They're in a precarious situation, and we have seen firsthand what a center like this in Sackville, with the establishment of the Den, what that has meant for many youth in the community. Not just a safe place to go, but a place where they can get advice on school, health advice, just life advice. And it's an incredible team that works out of that Den, and it's definitely a model that I want to see duplicated. Let's franchise this and spread it all over Metro, I say. So I will definitely support this. Thank you, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will definitely support adding this to the adjustment list. I just wanted to, again, speak to the process that we're going through here. And perhaps maybe it's helpful to share an anecdote from my first couple of years on council. So 2016, the first budget in 2017, 2018, and 2019, it took me 3 years before I wasn't arguing to keep that extra ferry crew that we gained during the big lift as part of the built-in budget. It took 3 years before that was not a budget over item. And this is the process we have. I mean, we could start by setting a fiscal direction of 7-8%, and then everything can be built into it. But staff, they go away, they have their envelope in the department, and I mean, their decisions are no more easy than what we have to do here today, where you're looking at but all these things are wonderful. How do I choose one? So, I mean, this is the process we have. There's nothing wrong with moving something to the budget adjustment list. If council thinks it's worthy, as I think we will with this item, then we'll fund it. I mean, that's how it works. The one thing that I think to take away from this is, that financial implication section. in future, and I think staff probably have been listening quite keenly over the last 2 days as we've talked about this issue, is it should identify that, you know, this will be considered at budget, but it's not necessarily going to be into the built-in staff budget, because I don't think staff can guarantee that something will be built into the budget when they haven't crafted that yet. They haven't sat down, they don't have their department envelope, and they don't see like, well, geez, what are all our trade-offs? I just want to, I think it's important for us to remember that I don't think it's easy on their side either in trying to make these choices as to what's built in and what's not. So, but you know, all that said, this is a good one. Happy to vote to put on the budget adjustment list. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Outhick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to continue on where Sam was going on this. And I'm still struggling with this a little bit, as some of our colleagues are. And so, and maybe, I don't know if Jerry or Jacques wants to answer this, but if council brings forward something, let's say, we'll use the example that we're dealing with, this facility. So it comes forward during the year. We just say, this is a great idea, make it so. Then it comes back in budget time. We have to debate it again. This is a great idea, make it so. So that doesn't make sense to me. Well, all the time we're told regularly that council is supreme, council makes the decision, staff follows direction from council. So when we decide to do something, and there's a staff report around doing something and the financial implications of that, I'm not quite sure I understand why it doesn't go into the budget for the department, because it's a decision made by council that thou shalt do such and such going forward. And it's almost like we have to bring it back, debate the value of it again, as well as put it in the BAL and roll the dice that it's going to be supported again by council. So I may be oversimplifying this, but I don't think so. I think there's a number of councillors, particularly some of the new councillors, and myself included, how many times do we have to approve something before it actually, the message gets through that this is now policy, this is the decision that was made, we have to fund it. So if Jacques or Jerry want to touch on that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. And they are both here, so go ahead, Jacques.
Yeah, look, I'll ask Jerry to weigh in as well after my comments. But, you know, first of all, thanks for that question, and through you, Mr. Chair, too, as councillor. So this goes back to how we do budgeting. And when you look at, you've received, or you will receive, a copy of the memo that Jerry put together associated with the budget targets, right? So when we look at the budget targets and we look at the budgets, we say, okay, what does the business unit need to, you know, to basically keep the lights on and do everything that's required legally, contractually, etc. And we look at all the council decisions that were coming forward, and we try to fit all of them within the budget target to meet a certain threshold of tax increase, in this case, 4.6%, right? Some things we can include and some things we can't, right? In the case of parks and recreation, some of the things that council has asked for, we can't fit within the target. They have to be brought as an over item so that council can decide whether it still wants to proceed with that project as an over, because it's impossible to actually include it in the actual target itself. So that's why that's sort of the general sense of this, is that we try to include everything you've asked for, but clearly when we're limited, we're trying to achieve a certain increase on the average property tax bill. We have only a certain amount of capacity to include all of those things. And some of those things get extended over a number of years. We come back to you and say, here's how we can finance this, and here's how we can move it forward, whether we take it out of reserves, or we take it out of operating, or we bring it into capital conversation for one-time things and that kind of stuff, right? So that's sort of the That's sort of why we're bringing this to you today in that sense, because we just were not able to fit it within the target that was set for each business unit. Understanding that if you look at that list of all the targets, everybody had to have a reduction to actually achieve the target. But we said to the business units, you know, whatever direction you've received from council, make sure that we put those up in lights, that if they're not in the target, that they're clearly identified as items that need to be, you know, we need to have that conversation with council as to whether, you know, if you want us to proceed with that still, given that it's not in the target. So Jerry?
Yeah, thanks, Jacques. And yeah, Jacques mentioned that you would have received a memo from the clerk's office from finance that sort of outlines that whole how we build the target. So I won't go into that. I apologize. I had to connect through my phone because I lost power, so I missed the first part of the conversation. But you know, what I will say is, you know, any, you know, motion that is made by council that is a firm motion to do something, that is, you know, if it's clear to fund within a budget or capital budget, we do our best to accommodate that. So, you know, there are times where, you know, build to a target, and you know, sometimes things you know, can be delayed for a year and put out onto an over list, or an under list in the case of, you know, what we did in finance. Bruce is on the call. I don't know if Bruce has anything that he'd like to add to that piece, as well as the person who does all the stick handling with respect to the budget targets. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jerry. So we go straight back to the motion on a lot of these things and say precisely what did council move. So if there's a motion that says council approves this or council commits to the contract, then typically we would put it in the envelope, you know, and then it's, now that may push up your tax rate in the next year. So that may be the consequence of that. If the motion, though, says refer to the budget debate or refer to the future budget, then that's something we keep track of those, and we look at those as we're developing the target to see how many of those we can get into the target and what their status is. And some of them sometimes will get in and sometimes really won't get in, but they're typically all looked at. We track them. I'm going to go back to this one when the debate is over, because I don't know what the precise motion from council said, and just check the wording on that and see what we should have done. So we'll take a look at this one and make sure that we understood what was happening.
Okay, that's very important. Listen, many thanks to all, and Chair, I think it was important that we had this thorough discussion for understanding, and it was helpful. Thank you to all.
I absolutely agree with that, Councillor Outfit. Thank you very much for you and Councillor Austin for bringing it up. Councillor Daigle Gammon, go ahead.
Yay, we're here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Power's back on for, let's hope, a longer time. I absolutely would support this to go to the ballot, and you know, I agree with Councillor Cuddle and Councillor Blackburn in that, you know, we should franchise this. I absolutely would love to see something like the youth facility everywhere, and we would need it in our district. I'm a little bit curious because, you know, they what was it, the youth engagement report, that excellent report that was done for 2020. I was trying to find it right quick. But one of the things that I was wondering about, because it's a great report and it talks about how we support youth in HRM. And I guess on the conclusion and next steps piece, I'm just wondering if next year, maybe what we need to look at is how do we quantify what is the cost of how we support youth in HRM, and that maybe there is a financial component that lists exactly where we support our youth and how we can see where money is spent and then where we can do the best job. That report was phenomenal to read. I think it was Rebecca was the lead author on it. I'm sorry, I can't quite remember, keep it in my head. But yeah, I do think that we need projects like the Den, and we need them all over HRM, and absolutely will support it and would support trying to figure out how do we, in terms of the youth strategy, make sure that this becomes incorporated in our entire youth strategy for HRM. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle Gammon. I'm not sure if a response is coming on that. So the next speaker is Councillor Cleary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Councillor Cuddle and Councillor Outhat's point, and staff's kind of spoke to this, but they're very diplomatic and won't say, I think what needs to be said, and that is council is in control of the budget. And that's why we have overs and unders, and you can propose whatever you want. You could put stuff in, you could take stuff out. You just got to convince 9 people to agree with you, or 8 other people to agree with you. Staff, I can't remember from the original draft because we didn't get into it a whole lot when we said the fiscal framework came to us and it was 5.9%, and everyone lost their minds and said, no, you got to go out and cut, can't have such a big increase. So staff had to go back and reduce it. And so this is what you get when you say, okay, build us a budget, but make it smaller. You can't fit everything in. So anyway, I'm happy to support this because I think it's a good thing. And I have no problem that it's an over when you tell staff to go back and raise taxes less. And that means raise less revenue, which means you have less money to do things. If you're going to put a new thing in, you got to pay for it in 2 ways. Well, 3 ways, I guess, with debt. But you can either raise taxes or you can cut something you already do. I've put on, I think, 4 motions to cut stuff we already do. They were all voted down, except for one we'll get a briefing note on. But if you're going to pay for a new thing, you got to come up with new money for that new thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Cleary. What I was going to say, I have my name on the list, and what I was going to say is not related to the Youth Centre, so I'll wait till we're back on the main motion. I don't see any further speakers on the list for the Youth Centre over. So with that, are we ready for the question?
Call for the question.
The question has been called for. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion on the floor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
Yep. In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhat.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion. Councillor Kent is the next speaker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to shift this conversation a little bit in that I just want to remind folks of a significant issue that I've been dealing with here in the District 3 and out in Cow Bay area around access to one of our parks. And I want to put a shout out to all of the staff and support that I've received on dealing with a blockage, some changes at the park in relation to Silver Sands Beach and erosion and a very complex scenario. I appreciate the help. It's been going, we're pushing into almost a year and actually many, many years of dealing with easements that allow access to our municipal parks, easements that are agreements between municipality and private property, and the complexities and the risks associated to situations like this, where something significant has changed. It might be erosion, it might be property owner, it might be circumstances that is very hard for our public to understand and deal with. And I can't go down that road of any more details than that, because it is a very complex scenario. But what I want to know is, where do we sit? And I'm not sure who can answer this. Where do we sit for how often we are now at this point? This easement would have been 30 plus years ago, developed, and not necessarily a language that is helpful to in today's circumstances. Where do we sit for those kinds of easements? Is this something that we continue to investigate and consider on some of our parklands and access to parks? Or is this something we're no longer doing? And if we are, and how many scenarios do we have with this? Because it is problematic when any kind of public space, access to public space suddenly changes. So I'm wondering if someone can answer that particular piece, which is just going to help me understand what's at play here and how the municipality is potentially preventing this kind of scenario happening in the future.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, this may be a question we have to take away. As you can imagine, it wouldn't be just Parks and Rec that would be where we would be looking at easements for property. So there could be other instances. So it'd be something I'd like to take away, and we can connect with real estate and other colleagues in terms of getting a sense of how frequently it continues to be done, and whether we've seen a change over time in terms of how that.
Okay, that would be super. I don't know if I need a motion or for a briefing or a staff report or whatever. It's not going to necessarily affect this particular budget this year, but I do think that it has the potential. It absolutely has a potential and effect on our budget overall, because a lot of energy, a lot of staff resources, a lot of time and expense is in relation to this. So I'd be looking for information on how many easements do we have right now that are at play in these kinds of scenarios, and what kind of policies do we have in place now for going forward to prevent maybe getting into these scenarios. So that would be super helpful. Another element that I want to speak to is all the wonderful work that is being done in Parks and Recreation. As other councillors have said, we have amazing staff. We have dedicated staff across the municipality, but Parks and Recreation really is that interfacing almost every day in the community in some capacity around wellness and contentment in our communities, because we and everyone wants infrastructure and everyone wants access to services and all those things. I can't think of another area that maybe, other than maybe policing right now with all of our traffic concerns and such like that, but hopefully we can manage that and change the trajectory of traffic concerns, but we don't ever want to change that interfacing with our recreation folks. So I shout out as well to Ray Walsh and Rob Mullane, certainly from a District 3 perspective. Really great engagement, always quick to response. And Ray, I hope that you're doing well, and thanks for sharing that unfortunate situation with us. And apologies are not necessary when these circumstances happen, and we knew you probably had a good reason. Unfortunately, it was that. The last piece I want to speak to is, and I feel like I have to bring this up just about every conversation we have, which is,
I'm sorry, Councillor, you are at 5 minutes.
Okay.
If you're going to be introducing a new topic, would you mind coming back?
Not at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I will add you to the list for a second time. So we are back on the list of people speaking a second time, and go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have some questions, and I would also like to move something from the overs list to Val through a motion. So can I ask both my questions and do that, or do I have to choose?
You have, oh, I didn't start the clock. You have a few minutes. Go ahead. You can
Okay.
do both.
Okay, great. And so my questions are just if we have a measure of the gap in service delivery in terms of people who are on wait lists or people that we're not able to serve, because I have the impression that the demand is much greater than what the programs that we're able to provide. And I think it is an important recovery thing to have a sense of, to be able to serve people more through our rec programs. So I'm just looking for a sense of that gap. I'm hoping you can say something about trails. It seems to me in discussing with volunteer groups their work on trails that the groups are struggling. They're volunteer groups. They don't have a lot of funding, and there seems to be kind of a lack of leadership on the volunteer side that I'm wondering if we could find ways to support better through HRM. On the Commons Master Plan, it seemed like there was a discussion there about the desire for more space with less structured infrastructure, I guess, fewer ball diamonds and more open spaces. I'm wondering if that Commons Master Plan idea or principle is going to carry over to playing fields and other parts of the municipality. And there's a pending lifeguard shortage. I'm just wondering if staff are aware of that and if there may be ways to incentivize lifeguards, because of during COVID, very few people were trained to be lifeguards. And finally, I'd like to move my community rink program as a motion to go and Val, please.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Now, do I speak to that?
Yes, you have 5 new minutes. Go ahead. Or would you like I see. So you have asked a bunch of questions and then jumped right into the motion immediately without getting answers to those questions. Would you like staff to come back with responses to your questions first, or?
Yes, please.
Which would you?
Yes, if staff could respond to my questions, and then perhaps we could go to the motion. Thank you for putting it in the chat.
Thank you.
Okay, through you, Chair, to the councillor on the question of wait lists. We are working on measures for this coming fiscal year on our wait lists. I know in some instances we do have the ability, if we have a wait list, to sort of add, if it's day camp, we do will sometimes have the ability to add more capacity, but it's in terms of an overall look at it, it's something we're looking at for the coming fiscal year. I'll take the questions that I can, and I'll refer to my colleagues for others. On the Common Master Plan, that was feedback that we got specifically on our engagement on that site. The circumstances may or may not be different in other areas where they're, depending on what's around in the environment. But certainly as we go through Parkland, that will be something that I expect we would get as feedback from community. Yes, certainly on the lifeguard shortage, we've done some things. For example, making sure that we include training so that staff don't have to pay for that training, and we've made some changes to help to attract and retain lifeguards. Part of our one of the overs on the casual wage structure really speaks more broadly to not just lifeguards, but across the range of instructors and casual staff that we have, how we address some of our recruitment and retention challenges and how we compare to market on that. And the question on trails, I think I'll ask Ray to weigh in on that. If you're available to speak to the trails question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Mr. Chair, to the councillor, in terms of trail group volunteer and assistance, we do have on the Parks and Recreation website under trails, the recreational trails grant program, and that is for capital construction as well as maintenance. So there are funds available to assist groups in that manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now, Mr. Chair, I can speak to the motion.
Yes, absolutely. And you're within 5 minutes. So go ahead. You've got 5 new minutes on this.
I won't take that much time. Thank you. So this is, I was a bit surprised to see this on the overs list, but we've had the explanation through Councillor Cuddle's motion. This is a program to essentially pay for insurance for groups who want to set up outdoor community ice rinks, like the one behind me. And it's run by very dedicated volunteers who deal with all the ups and downs of our weather and put in countless hours to make it happen. But the insurance runs to around $5,000 for a few months for an outdoor rink. And this is impossible for small groups to manage. So I had asked for this insurance coverage. I did not expect it to be quite as high as $5,000, but that's what it's coming in at this year per rink. I suspect that $35,000 will be actually extra because not everyone can take on a commitment like this to keep a rink running through January, February, and March. So I do ask for your support on this. It's made a huge difference in my community. It's given families a chance to get together. You know, they're there all day and night with small children during the day and older kids at night. I heard that in one example, one of the teens donated her time to teach figure skating to some of the younger kids. Adults are out there playing hockey on the weekends. So it's done a lot to bring the community together. I think it's actually in the grand scheme of things, a fairly inexpensive item and something that HRM can do for communities around the city. So yeah, I just ask for your support on this, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. I don't see any further speakers on the list for, go ahead, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also support, of course, the rink insurance program. Behind me is the Waverly Green, where again, the same bunch of beautiful volunteers are going to be taking care of this and making it work. It actually brought out 3 local businesses that came and financially supported the purchase of the rinks. But we did get insurance at $2,000. So when I hear these big numbers offline, councillors, maybe we'll have a chat and we can share insurance providers and look at some economies in terms of the insurance costs. So maybe it could be something that can be done jointly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, is this something that we're able to contribute district funds toward? I'm just wondering, I mean, whether it's 2,000 or 6,000, it's not, I'm just wondering if that's something that can come out of Councillor's district area funds.
I can respond.
Go ahead, Maggie.
Well, actually, I was going to say I'm not able to say off the top, but we'll follow up, or Jerry might be able to. Or
I did contribute through discretionary funds the first year for this, and then to help them get started. And then I had asked for this program to carry on afterward.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I've also used district funds to support.
Right, and I just think that, you know, when we're kind of looking at, and I know it's not overall a large amount, but as we continue to go through the budget process and try to figure out, you know, where the priorities go on issues like this, I think that some of us, you know, have local rinks, and that is a appropriate and good use of district funds for, you know, to cover insurance when there are other funds going towards the rinks from the municipality already, if I'm correct. So no, is that not correct? I see Kathy's head shaking no. But anyway, I'm just going to throw that out there as a consideration.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just have a question in regards to the location of these community rinks. Are we talking about rinks solely on public property or rinks that may be on private property? And is this a grant program to support a nonprofit association that has a rink on private property? I'm just trying to understand the criteria to get a better sense of where specifically these community rinks are and how they're designated. And what we're permitted to do as far as supporting a grant, or is there a difference?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Angela to weigh in. My understanding is that these rinks are on municipal property by community groups, but she could can provide some more detail on that.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yes, so in the report that we brought forward to council, it was identified that these rinks would have to be on municipal property, and there were specific criteria that the groups had to meet in order to receive approval to get the funding. And just as a reminder, we are coming back to council with an administrative order that will be clearly identifying all the specifics around this grant program, and that will be coming in March back to council. So that you'll have an opportunity to look at what exactly will be required by the groups in order to be able to be an actual rink operator for next year.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that clarification. Looking at the eligibility of some of these organizations, they may not have a nonprofit for them and operating, and so are associated with another nonprofit, and potentially using that director's insurance as a subcommittee, if you know what I mean. So I appreciate that we're going to clarify, and I know that we have lots of nonprofit groups and community groups that are doing rinks in backyards, for example, and some are in HRM parks and some are sort of in HRM parks or partly. So anyway, or in tennis courts, for example. And so I'm just trying to understand if the tennis court, so the groups that are using the tennis courts don't have to get their own insurance. Why are we asking the groups who are setting up a community rink inside a tennis court to get their own insurance? And is that, Angela, what's going to be clarified in this update that you're bringing forward in March?
Yeah, so that will be the legal guiding document that will be able to make decisions around who would be approved and who wouldn't be approved. And it's almost on a one-off. So there's an application that would have to be filled out where they would identify kind of the lead host society or group that would be responsible for the rink. If it's a group of people within the community that aren't associated with a not-for-profit, in order to be liable, I guess, within an HRM property, they would need to be like a registered society. That would be one of the things. There's a number of things that are on that criteria. That's access to water and the safety components of it, the proper signage. So there's things that they would need to have to agree to before they would fill out the application. But all of those details will be in the administrative order that we bring forward.
Okay, so I will support this, knowing that we have more information coming forward before we actually do the final val list. Because I think there's just too many unknowns at this point, but I'll support it to add it to the list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace, and I'm also looking forward, Angela, to the clarification on what is required for that. We have no further speakers for this motion, so are we ready for the question?
Question.
The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Nobody seems to know. Tony spoke to Joe.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Troy, well, what's the wait time? Troy says that he's been emailing them. And he
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a second. David, would you mind muting yourself at this point? Thank you. Sorry, Ian.
7, Councillor Mason. 8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Otis.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion. Let's go skating.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mason.
Hi, sorry, I got a bit of emergency here. Yes to the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, everybody. That motion has passed. We are back on the main motion. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Austin. Go ahead.
Sorry, just before that, Mr. Chair, did you get my vote? I lost power, so I'm working off my phone.
Councillor Mancini, I was able to hear you. I have you voting in the affirmative for that last motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to start looking at the budget options as well. And I'm wondering if staff can speak to this casual wage model implementation. I know it's something that has come up a couple of times this year in my inbox from some of our people that are teaching yoga or fitness or whatever in our rec centers, and how low some of those wages are. And I'm just wondering if staff can expand on exactly what this item is.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, the casual wage model piece, which we can certainly provide more information on, but what it speaks to is basically the fact that our existing wage model that we've been working from for casual staff is outdated. It was structured in such a way that as minimum wages increased, it really became not very useful for as a guiding document to provide us with with appropriate wages that were appropriate to the marketplace and appropriate to the skill set that our casual staff had. So staff went away and looked at what would be a structure that would work to help rectify some of those problems, to make it more structured, to make the application of wages across the department more consistent and more aligned to sort of, like I say, the skill set that are required for different activities that the staff are doing, the level of responsibility that they have, and the market that exists around that particular activity, whether it's a specialized instruction like yoga or whether it's something that's more, that would be more generalized. So staff could certainly provide, like I say, more information. It would probably be I'm expecting an in-camera briefing note if it were to proceed, so that because there is sort of staffing related information in that. But that's generally speaking what we were looking to do is take an overall look at our wage model from the point of view of increasing the consistency and the rationale for the different wages across the business unit on the casual wage side, and making sure that we're also able to better attract and retain staff, because that has started to become more of a challenge.
So we've been having challenges here in this space in terms of like just getting someone to work some of the jobs.
Yeah, certainly, and it varies from type of position to different types of positions, but some of our recruitments we haven't had applicants, or we've had to go back out to the market a couple of times. So like I say, it varies across the types of positions that we have, but we are starting to see some recruitment challenges.
Okay. Well, where I'm kind of at on this one, colleagues, is I would like more information. I mean, there's not enough quite here for me to really wrap my head around that, whether or not we need to do this year. I have had the sense that we do have some problems in this area. So what I would like to do is I'd like to move this to the adjustment list so that we can get a more detailed breakdown explanation of just, what this would entail, because it sounds like that work has been done, but we just don't have it in front of us. And so I'd like to move this to the adjustment list for consideration.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you for seconding that, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
I think I've said my piece. I think it's worthwhile to take a look at this because I do think we have some challenges. But I think right now I couldn't vote for definitely to throw it into the budget because I think we need more information first.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Austin. This is one of those weird sort of things because if we were to have a negotiated settlement or an arbitrated settlement with a unionized group, fiscal services usually hold some contingency and we don't have to deal with it as an over. It's already dealt with in terms of planning. So this is one where, because it's human resource management, it is about paying people fairly. It's about finding and retaining good employees, casual, albeit, but a lot of our staff in seasonal and casual jobs, whether it's winter or summer, those kind of things, make up quite a substantial portion of our overall complement. And so I'm kind of disappointed that this isn't being dealt with in a more strategic way. That it's kind of, hey, let's stick it on an over list and see if a councillor will put it on. This to me is a pretty important piece of our overall total compensation framework. So I'm happy for this to go forward to the budget adjustment list and get more information. Because I don't believe, other than hints at various presentations of, it's hard to get swimming instructors, for example, last year was something we heard, but I haven't heard of this in a broader way. So I think more information is definitely needed. And if it is as big a problem as kind of being hinted at, then I'm not sure why we aren't dealing with it in a bigger, broader, more strategic way. So let's get some information. Let's see it and see where we go from there. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. I didn't see anyone to respond to that. And there are no further speakers to the list. Are we ready for the question on that?
Question.
Call for the question.
That's all I had. Thank you. The question has been called. Go ahead, Ian.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Otis.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative. Yes, I am.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
And 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion. Councillor Smith is the next speaker. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So I want to also do something on the over list. Before I do that, just to go back to a point that was made earlier, and I wonder if Maggie can expand on it just a little bit, just around the MDFs and the living wage piece, because I think it's important that we explore it, but there are some complexities of that discussion. And one complexity is the fact that with our MDFs, who are run by board, the MDFs are actually hiring the staff and are in charge and don't have to live up to HRM policies, which makes the complexity of it we would then have to change the policies with the MDFs for them to follow our hiring practices. So I'm just, Megan, I wonder if you can just talk a little bit around the complexities, because again, I support us doing this, but there are some complexities, and we can't just flick a switch and all of a sudden MDFs will be hiring folks at a living wage.
Thank you, Councillor, through Mr. Chair, to the councillor. That's correct. So MDF employees, with the exception of the Halifax Forum, are not HRM employees. So we don't have sort of direct control, if you will, on how they approach their employment practices. We could, you know, if council wanted to pursue living wage policy that, to look to extend it to multi-district facilities, I would recommend that we come back with a staff report on that. There'd be quite an extensive implication with respect to budget when it comes to staffing. I will also say the living wage policy that we have falls under the procurement policy, so it doesn't apply even to from HRM employees. So you know, it wouldn't be captured there either. But we certainly can bring that back as well if council were interested to see what the implication would be. We could provide more information on that. And I do, Councillor, have follow-up information on your question yesterday on Canada Games Centre. If you wanted that now, or we can certainly follow up with you separately on that one.
Or you can do it now. Why not?
Okay, great. So just wanted to, we got some additional, I got some additional information on that. In terms of the marketing and sponsorship piece, this includes community events that they would have, a signage project to update all of their interior signage, their website, their print supplies, and so on. So some of the MDFs sort of classify differently, those things differently in their budgets. So that is maybe why it shows up a little bit differently with respect to Canada Games Centre compared to other sites. It also includes wages related to that, including full-time and cooperative staff. Service operations include all front desk staff and customer service staff, membership staff and childminding staff, and building operations. One difference from Canada Games to other centres, or at least some other centres, is that they have their own cleaners. They don't contract out cleaning, so that shows up again differently, as that's all in-house staff for them. And the range of items under building operations includes all their utilities, electricity, repair and maintenance for the building, anything that wouldn't hit the threshold of what HRM would be doing, contract services such as their snow clearing and so on, and swimming pool chemicals, which amounts to almost $100,000, and cleaning supplies. So just to give you a little more information on what went into that figure. Okay, thank you. To me, it's a little confusing how it's presented. So it'd be great in the future if we could, if there are that little complexities with MDF, that we had that broken up a little differently, just so we can have a better understanding. So thanks for that. So I want to put an over so I can get new 5 minutes, Chair. And my over is the COVID-19 recovery activities and events grant. It has a one-time at $300,000. I'd actually like to do 150. Rather than the 300 that's on the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Smith, for that. Do we have a seconder for that motion for COVID recovery activities and event grants for 150,000?
Stoddard, I'd second it.
Councillor Stoddard, okay, that's awesome, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, and Councillor, thank you for seconding it. So I look at this in two senses. I would be more than happy to put the full 300 on, but I hope that we are not going to be putting money in the budget for COVID recovery in the future. So that's the reason why I'm being a little optimistic in the 150 and a half, but also looking at what we did during the last summer and spring, when we had events downtown, having community organizations take over our stages, going down the waterfront and seeing what happened on National Indigenous Day and seeing all the orange shirts. I think we need to continue to support these type of initiatives and giving community an opportunity to have the stage. And I hope in the future we can build it into our budget more, so we can continue to do this. So I hope that through this we can at least continue to support the community organizations and HRM in this work. But I do know that the 300 is a lot. And also coming from the arts world, I'd like to put the whole 300 in, but I also want to be cognizant of the struggle. So that's why I'm asking for 150.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Smith. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. This is what I was going to speak to next, but I'm a little surprised that Councillor Smith is suggesting we chop it in half. I'd like to find out from, I guess, Maggie or somebody, what were we planning with the 300, and what impact will it be if it's 150?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor, the 300,000 included $150,000 that we earmarked to repeat the COVID event recovery grant program that we ran last year. It included some amount for approximately $100,000 for staff to enhance some of the events and support the enhanced events offering that we're doing, and it included approximately 50 to, I would say, staff maybe 90 to 100, and approximately $50,000 to $60,000 for other types of programs, such as the picnic promotion program that we had. We had a few different ideas, I guess, for the remainder. The picnic promotion program was one example. We would also use that for some additional benches and tables and chairs and that sort of thing. So, unless there was direction from the committee or a clear sense from the committee, staff would come back. If it were at $150,000, staff would include in the briefing note our recommendation for how that which portion, I guess, we would recommend.
Are we still looking at we're still looking though at the stage at City Hall, for example?
Correct. Yes, we do. So that's within the proposed budget is the stage at City Hall and downtown Dartmouth. And on that we are, looking at enhancements as well if we can find additional private or federal funding.
Okay. There's only a few ways that we can really help businesses through the COVID piece. This is one of them. So I was quite comfortable with the 300. I'm wondering if Councillor Smith might adjust the 150 to 200. I could support that. If I couldn't, I don't think I'll support 150. And I find myself in the unusual position of looking for more overs here than I ever had before. But this is something the small business we're excited about. Maggie, you've been to some of the meetings that I've asked you to attend with business owners and organizations. They were kind of excited about the picnic idea. So I think it's well worthwhile. So if Councillor Smith could adjust it to 200, I would support it. At 150, I'd have to vote against it. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll adjust it to whatever you want. So if you want to do the full amount, I'm happy to make that friendly amendment.
I was thinking 3 million, Councillor, and it would come out of something. No,
that's one heck of a recovery.
Well, look, I was quite happy with 300, but I think what I'm hearing from Maggie is that 200 is still pretty significant. And so if you'll bump it up to 200, I could support 200.
That's friendly for me.
Councillor Stoddard, are you okay with that since you are the seconder of the motion? I see you nod. That's good enough for me. Yep. The motion is now at $200,000 for the COVID recovery. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Does that take care of what you had hoped to speak to?
Thank you, yes, and you can take me off the list on the main motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Councillor Smith's effort to try and squeeze some savings, but I think in terms of a process, we're kind of going backwards on this. I think generally, in the past, when we move things to the overs, I mean, sometimes we've not moved the whole thing, but generally it's easier to move the whole thing, get the briefing note, and then squeeze it later on budget adjustment list day, which we've done in the past. I can think of trees, for example, on budget adjustment list day being one that I had to put the finger up and sense where the Windsor Council might go in terms of what they're willing to support and settle for a lesser amount than than was originally kind of moved or suggested. And so, I mean, we've done that a couple of times. And so, I'm just wondering, I mean, my inkling is we should move the full 300, get the briefing note. The briefing note can look at, well, what would a lesser amount mean? And then if we want to squeeze this down, we do it then rather than now. So, I mean, my feeling is we should put the whole 300, have the option, and then have that discussion on March 22nd or March 23rd, whatever the day is. That's my suggestion to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Daigle Gammon. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm wondering if there is an update on, because 150,000, I believe Maggie said, was going to be the repeat of the COVID grant recovery program. Is there a little bit of an update on how much of that was allocated and used? Do we know what that was?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the council, I know there were 12 approved applications, and I'm just looking for the breakdown.
And I guess I would add that there are now provincial and federal programs available as well for COVID recovery programs. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to leverage dollars.
Councilor, I'm not sure I have the further breakdown. I've got in front of me that there were 12 approved applications that received funding, but I'll have to follow up on the on what proportion of the 150 that was.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Councillor Purdy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's feeling a little overwhelming with all the overs going to the BOW list, and already being very opposed to this high tax rate. I just don't even want to know what all these things are doing to the potential tax rate. So they're all good ideas. They are all necessary. We can argue that they are all necessary. I'm not going to be able to support this. Anyway, just wanted to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. I see no further speakers on the list. So are we ready for the question on $200,000 as an over for COVID recovery activities?
Question?
The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Sorry about that. In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Happy to support our small business and economic recovery from COVID. That's a yes.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
Happy to vote. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion. Councillor Hensby, you are the next speaker. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just trying to find my notes where I was. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rural recreational facility strategy report and stuff, and how we're going to do that. I keep saying, if you build me 3 new ball fields, I can close out 6. So, I have some rural ball fields that are quite remote, and the league play and everything else is saying if we had more campuses of ball fields, we would be able to have a much more efficiency in scheduling as well as refereeing and umpires and less travel and stuff and concerns for the players. So I'd like to know is when that rural recreational strategy is going to be ready for us to debate and to get on the list. Those 3 new ball fields. I need to have one in Porter's Lake, one in Muscatawbin Harbor, and one in Sheet Harbor. One in Sheet Harbor should be an easy one. We already got a new soccer field built with a new school. All we got to do is use the old soccer field for a baseball infield, and build it beside the soccer field and move forward. Simple, easy to do. But my other question in regards to our supervised beaches in our aquatic program. As you know, I've been having some problems with water quality in the Porter's Lake area, and the Canap site has been closed many times. There is an alternative. There's 2 alternatives that I can look at in regards to Porter's Lake. One would be acquiring and utilizing Sandy Point. It'd be a great spot for everybody to use. But I also have another one further down on the Kroll Road that we own property at already, but it needs some bit of landscaping for a parking lot capacity. So the only question I need to know is how can we look at these little adjustments to provide our service, continuation of service, because closing the beach has had a difficulty in people enjoying and accessing the supervised swimming program for youth and stuff. So I'm just kind of curious of how can we accelerate some of these little projects. So like to have a discussion on that, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on the first question, the Rural Recreation, Parks and Recreation Strategy will be bringing forward a what we heard document to Community Planning and Economic Development Committee. We're aiming for March, the March meeting of that committee, to bring that piece forward. And then following that and any feedback we receive, we'll go back and make adjustments and continue to work on the final document. So I'd expect that in the first half of next fiscal year. And together with that, we're also anticipating the playing field strategy coming back early, in the coming months as well. So those 2 pieces will help inform how we site fields and how we site basically parks and recreation assets more generally. On supervised beaches, Angela Green is doing a process as part of our business plan this year to look at supervised beaches across the municipality. And part of that, so there is a set of criteria in the long-term aquatic strategy that speaks to how, what we should be looking at when we look at supervised beaches. One of those items is water quality and how often a beach is closed. So she's taking a sort of a single look at the range of beaches that we supervise to come back and with recommendations on that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Stoddard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, staff, for this continued presentation. I'm glad you're able to meet with us again. I want to apologize for Wednesday's mix-up with the term governors, which is a similar name for another park in District 11. I do realize that, I assisted Councillor Cuddle with her motion, and I was happy to do so. But the Governor's Glen Park that I referred to is 22 Governor's Lake Drive in Timberley, and it is in a bad condition. I have heard from many residents that there is uneven terrain, and I've seen it for myself. I've been there a couple of times. There is stumps and piles of rock and different things like that. And there was a broken fence. I do thank Parks and Rec for fixing the fence, so thank you. But I was also considering that this might be a perfect location for a dog park. It's not used at the present time. It is HRM land, and it's been abandoned for a while. And I'm just wondering if moving forward, there's any consideration to use this land as a dog park. My other question is, I've been communicating with Parks and Rec about the playground on Charles Road in Timberley. one of those play structures, the coil with the animal on top, well, it was removed, and parents were wondering if it was going to be replaced. So I believe I was told that if components were replaced on the site, it would push back the overall recapitalization of the site. So I said, okay, let's hold off on the toy and see if we can get the playground capitalized. So it's frustrating for me when I think that the park is still on the waiting list. I'm just wondering when it might come forward, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Maggie, would you like to address that?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, with respect to the governor's land park, I believe, or Lake Park. It's not currently in our capital plan, but we can certainly look at it. As you know, there's a fairly long planning horizon for capital plan items, but we can certainly have a look at that and see if in future years it may be a candidate. We do, as you know, sort of try and do maintenance and operational issues of fixing things like the fence. So if there are operational issues that we can look at there, we'll certainly look at that as well. If there are smaller pieces that we can do we always want to make sure sites are safe, obviously. So we can look at that. In terms of the playground, I'd have to confirm for you, Councillor, where on the sort of list that is. I don't know if Ray has, if that would be a Ray question in terms of maintenance, or if that becomes then a capital project itself. So again, I think it's something we could take away, probably is most appropriate, and have a look at where those things sit in respect of the capital projects, or the extent to which they may be maintenance projects. I'll certainly follow up with you on that.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stoddard. We are on the list for the. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When I was first on, of course, I was on my phone, so there was a little bit of a delay in hearing some things. And so thank you, excuse me, Councillor Hensby, for bringing up the rural recreation strategy again. So Maggie, where the rural rec strategy is coming back to CPED, I think my question originally had been whether or not those councillors that have a rural context, other than CPED, if you're not on CPED, is there a moment in time where we can get together and talk about that rural recreation strategy, because it affects us so much? And then within that, what is the integration between rural rec strategy and the playing field strategy? They are interconnected in my mind, especially when we think about, we're still discussing what is the definition of rural. We have in the suburbs that are outside service boundaries. So whether or not they're in rural, what it fits in the playing field strategy. So I'm really would like to have some good information around how those two are integrated. That's really important to us. And then in terms of the under and over budget, I am curious to see the professional arts grants, both in under and in over. So we think we can do without it, but also we think we could add to it. So that there's a little bit of a disconnect for me on that one. And maybe I'm reading it that there are two different things. One says professional arts grants, and then the other says professional arts grants, but continued increase. So just making sure I know if we're talking apples to apples or oranges to oranges. So that's that one. And then very quickly, I know that it's a different division, but I'm still waiting for the sign to be repaired in the Gordon Snow Center. I think we're going on 2 years, and it's another business unit that needs to do stuff about facilities, but it is a little bit of an embarrassment, and we would love to see that sign repaired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Through the chair to you on your questions. I'll start backwards on the sign. We'll certainly follow up with our colleagues to try and get that fixed as quickly as we're able. We too would like to see it fixed. On the professional arts grants question, I would say it is the same program. The under budget option is not a recommendation from staff, but really an option for council to consider. Given the state of the arts, we wouldn't recommend it, but it is something that we could, as a discrete item, reduce in the budget if there were other things that council wanted to do. In respect of the overall discussion around, overs and unders, I'm afraid we have a lot of puppies in Parks and Recreation. So it's difficult to propose, adding one thing really does mean taking off something else that is valuable. When it comes to the Professional Arts Grants Program on the over list, there was direction from council in 2018, I believe it was, to increase the Professional Arts Grants Program over time, to bring it to what was considered to be a benchmark level among comparator cities across Canada. And so there is still, I think, $300,000 to go for us to reach that benchmark level. So this, the amount in the, sorry, that would, 250, sorry, to get to that benchmark level. So this would be another step if council wanted to add that to the over list. The right one. That would be another step towards that movement towards a benchmark level across cities in Canada. On the question of the rural parks and recreation strategy and the playing field strategy, certainly I think those strategic documents need to work together. Obviously, the rural parks and recreation strategy has a bit of a different focus in terms of being broader across asset categories, but specific to certain areas compared to the playing field strategy, which is about a particular asset category, but across the entire municipality. But there's certainly no question they have to speak to one another. I know, I think the clerk's office could confirm, but certainly all councillors would be welcome to attend the CPED discussion where that's discussing and whether they can weigh in. I think they have the right to do so in those meetings. But if that's not sort of manageable for individual councillors, we'd certainly be happy to have one-on-one discussions or even facilitate a discussion with a few councillors. Sorry, we'd be happy to have one-on-one discussions if that CPED piece doesn't work for councillors to be able to attend. We'd certainly be happy to have one-on-one or a facilitated discussion with a number of councillors, if that's okay.
Oh, that's lovely, because I don't think that, I know I have a conflict. I wouldn't be able to attend CPED, but to have a one-on-one with it would be awesome. Thank you very much, Maggie.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle Gammon. We're going down the list for the third time, so Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Ooh, that's exciting. We're already on thirds. Way to go, everybody. What a crew. Okay, I've got two questions for you, Maggie. And one is on youth at risk and one is on the business planning process. I'm going to start with the business planning process first. As community groups, neighborhoods with the area rate are moving forward to determine what kind of changes or what sort of operation budget they need for the coming year, they then submit that to finance. And what I'm finding is that that's not necessarily trickling through to Parks and Recreation in time to actually be included in the various different budgets. So I'm a little concerned that, I know that we've made some changes to that business planning process and there's definitely been some pros and cons there, but I'm just not sure that that's been communicated effectively to the community groups. So, some of the groups who are hoping to move forward with projects, they can't do that. They're not really sure when they're going to be able to do it. They're not aware of the budget process, right? It kind of goes back to how we can help people understand how we budget. But more importantly, these are their funds. This is their area rate. This is community money that they are spending. They're working together and coming together to create that business plan. So I really do think that we need to do the best that we can to support them to spend those monies in the parks and in recreation activities within their neighborhoods. So that's the one thing. Just if you can please provide clarification on that process. How is staff finding it? Just a little bit of feedback. With regards to the youth at risk, so happy, to sort of wave the flag again about youth. In particular, just addressing Councillor Cuddle's comment about children and the poverty rate here in Halifax. It is definitely exacerbated and amplified in rural areas. So I'm trying to understand, when I go through the report, I'm trying to understand specifically. It seems to me that we are targeting youth in the urban and the suburban communities and not really effectively getting these programs and these services to the rural communities. And sure, you know, I'm not saying that they can't take part or participate in these programs. What I'm saying is it's not accessible. We don't have transit. We don't have access to, you know, to get the children to these activities and these services and programs in the urban and suburban area. And so I'd like to hear from you as to what is being provided for those youth in the rural areas from a service perspective, and knowing we all we have here is, you know, the St. Margaret's Bay Community Center, which, you know, St. Margaret's Center, which is a phenomenal facility. But at the same time, when I see, you know, a community member call me and say, oh, hey, I see there's a bunch of stuff that's left in the park here and it's just kind of sitting there. Are we allowed to use it? And so I go back to the whole, like, how are we communicating this out to people so they know through those summer programs, which they're lovely, but there's no notice that these events are happening. So that mobile recreation in the rural areas, I really would like to see them step up and communicate more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Councillor, I think I'll call on Angela Green to answer the question on the youth at risk and youth programs for in the rural areas. You certainly mentioned the mobile options, which is one big one. And on the question around the area rates and how they connect, and you know, whether they connect properly, how our communication is with respect to the capital planning process, I'll ask Nalini to weigh in. So maybe we'll start with Angela.
Angela Green, Director of Recreation Programming, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Councillor. Regarding youth in rural areas, it was definitely a topic that was identified through our rural recreation strategy. We actually have a youth services plan, the second version of the youth services plan, that we are just finalizing the actual pulling together of the data, talking to the youth. There's an actual rural component of the youth services plan, and we've talked to over 1,800 youth within the municipality to get feedback, and it looked at all the different areas, whether it was urban, suburban, or rural. And so all of that information will be factored into a more detailed strategy going forward and how we're going to meet the needs of the youth in the rural area. It was definitely identified as a gap to what we have been doing. We do have the youth leadership program that we offer throughout the municipality, and in some rural areas, we all of our community recreation coordinators, there's community recreation coordinators that are dedicated to all the different areas of HRM, and we try to engage as many youth as possible within that the youth leadership program, and we draw from that youth leadership program when we're looking at our staff in the off season. Like if we do the youth leadership program in the summer and then the fall, winter, spring, we rely on those youth to come and be employees of the municipality and work for us in a casual capacity to put on our programs. So we definitely understand and appreciate the fact that we do need to do more for youth in the rural areas, and we are working on that, and we're going to be pulling together a plan for that. With regard to the communication, I always say it's like we have the greatest party in the world and we don't invite anybody. We have to do better on getting the word out for all of the wonderful things that we do, and we're working very closely with corporate communications. We've created an actual communication plan for the summer, so to get information out on our mobile rec vans and our outdoor recreation opportunities, and really focus on what we're doing so that people know and they can participate. I think what you were referring to was the play box that we've put in a few of our parks and filled it with play equipment, and we're, you know, we want people to know about those things because we're proud of having those available to residents to use. So we will be working on that as well.
Thank you. And on the business planning, and it's not only capital, right? It's a lot of operation funds and events that these groups are holding or hoping to hold. Is there anyone to speak on that?
Yep.
Oh, awesome.
Yep.
There's Nalini.
Deputy Mayor, to you through the chair. I'm going to speak on the capital part of this and try to answer any questions on operation on the business plan. So on the capital side, we start planning as soon as this year's capital is approved. So in May, we will start planning for the following year. That means most people are working with us 12 months in advance of what they are actually needing. We also get an envelope of what our budget is, and over the course of 4 years, for example, you'll see in the capital budget that there's allocations for different projects. Now, we try to meet with councillors individually in those early months of spring and summer, because it's typically by around September, October where we're done our draft of the budget. So that doesn't give community groups a lot of time to get involved with us. So they probably would have to know a year ahead, maybe even 2 years ahead, of what they are thinking about. So that's a bit of the capital budgeting process. You know, when we meet with the councillors one-on-one, sometimes it's even too early for the councillors to know what it is that their communities are talking about, because we might meet with you guys, say in May or June, and you might not yet know what people in your districts are thinking about for the following year. But that's how far in advance we start planning. Now Maggie, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just on the operational side, I think it depends on what the area rate groups are looking at, how the extent to which it connects with Parks and Rec activity. Certainly the area rates can be for different things that may or may not connect to our business planning, but certainly we can go away and talk to finance and follow up on that question. I think sort of similarly, it would be, some of it may be a question of timing as well, in terms of how far out people are planning and how far out our business planning and budgeting takes place.
Because they're not sending in their business plan to finance until June. So I really think that's what our issue is here. It's not aligned well to support the community groups and their efforts. So I'm going to come back. I know my time is up. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Maggie and Nalini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Interesting. Okay. Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one question, and then I do want to look at another over. The parks planning piece. I know this year that's just been, we did have, as part of parks planning, one of the projects that was identified was planning for the next phase of the Sawmill River project, since that's coming down the pipe, so to speak, imminently. And but I know from talking to staff that very little is actually done on that this year. You know, for various reasons in terms of project planning with Halifax Water, but basically we're nowhere near where we expected to be, and I don't see it as part of the project planning for the coming year. So I'm just wondering, does that carry over, or, you know, what's the status of that going forward? Because, you know, Halifax Water is not going to wait for us forever.
Maggie, I can take that question.
Please do.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor, through the chair to you. That project, you're right, was identified in the 21-22 Parks and Rec business plan. And that project is being led by planning and development, and we do play a key role in that. And we are anticipating that there will be a staff report on that item coming coming to regional council shortly. So we are already involved. We are part of that process. We're embedded in it through report center and through recommendations going forward to regional council. So it is just part of our work now. And because we weren't leading that staff report, I didn't carry it through on this year's 22-23, but our team is working in partnership with other business units on that project.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you for that. So switching gears, the one last over that I want to ask about is the MDF subsidy. I correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair. I don't think anyone's moved the 160 that's proposed there, eh?
I don't have that on my list as having been moved. No, nobody has moved it yet.
No. So before I do, I want to just ask staff. I mean, I found, you know, I'm most familiar with Alderney Landing in terms of discussions there, but I mean, it's not just Alderney Landing, it's Canada Games, it's Sportsplex, it's all our MDFs except for the Forum in St. Margaret's have some additional subsidy asked because it's been a pretty hard time to be, if you rely on events, if you rely on gym memberships, it's been a pretty bleak season for that. And so not surprisingly, they are out looking for more subsidy. I know in the case of Alderney Landing, and I think there's one other MDF that they actually qualified for the wage subsidies. And of course, with that program coming to an end, it's punched a hole in the budget that they were able to balance last year. I'm just wondering, the thing that I'm a little light on just from looking at the report is there's not a good summary for any of them of like, okay, so if we don't get the subsidy, this is what it means. We're going to not do this. We'll lay people off, or, you know, we'll not do this program anymore. Like, I mean, that seems kind of light. If we do move this, can in the briefing note, can we get a bit more of an expansion on what not providing this money would actually mean? Because it's another one of these, you just got a few lines on a page and a few lines in a report, and I don't feel equipped to say one way or the other.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, we can certainly provide more detail on that. We do have some more detailed information from the MDFs on it. We've sort of rolled up the key themes in terms of where they would see sort of programming changes, but we can definitely provide more detail through a briefing note on the pressures associated with that over and what would happen, what they would have to do in order to, if that subsidy request weren't approved.
Okay, so I would like to move that, and if it passes, I would like that information in a briefing so that council, if we decide we don't want to, we know exactly what it means, because I don't feel like I really do right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Austin. Do we have a seconder for the MDF subsidy request for $160,000? I missed who that was. Was that Councillor Morse?
Yes, second, please.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. So we are on the discussion of the $160,000 for the MDFs. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you very much. So the MDFs is a place where I need to do some more education and awareness for sure, but I am curious about why it's in the over, where I thought by our contract agreement that we have to cover any deficit that they may have. So if you would just explain that to me a little bit more, that would be appreciated. Excuse me. And then not being able to see the financial statements to have a clear understanding is a little bit of a mystery for me. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I'm sorry, yeah, in terms of covering their deficits, so that would be for anything in the agreement. What is included is that anything that they deficits that aren't the result of issues of their fault. So for example, through COVID, if MDFs were to run a deficit, then we are certainly responsible to provide that deficit funding. What happens at the beginning of the year, though, is they very much like HRM business units provide the list of programs that they, you'll see for each of them the description of the what they anticipate to do for the coming year. So that's how they build their budgets, and that is what goes into that budget request that they make to us if that results in a deficit. So I guess at the end of the year, it's a question of parsing. You know, we wouldn't be able to say no to the subsidy request, or if council said no to the subsidy request, then they would have to re-amend their budgets to reform their programs in order to meet that budget amount. If, however, at the end of the year they had a deficit because there was something that happened that was out of their control, we would still be responsible to meet that deficit. So I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure if I'm explaining that quite to the clearly, but essentially they're saying, much like our Parks and Rec business unit, these are the things that we're proposing to do with the budget envelope that we have. We'd like an over to do the full range of activities that we've proposed. If council was to say no, we would say, okay, they would go away and say, okay, we'll take off this particular program. That isn't to say that we know at the end of the year what exactly the deficit is going to be, because there are all kinds of other factors that come into play when it comes to the deficit. So if there was something unexpected like there was in 2021 with COVID, that's something that we wouldn't have expected them to include at the outset of the year. I'm not sure if that helps.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of continue that line of thought, in the regular recreation budget, for example, have you guys added in, so within HRM controlled facilities, have you guys added in extra money for revenue shortfalls or extra expenses related to COVID?
There are some, so the assumptions related to COVID is that we'll return to a full level of programming, which are assumptions that we shared with the MDFs as well. There is still some anticipated costs with respect to, security or proof of vaccination, that sort of thing. But on the whole, sort of the COVID side of things would be more related to an expectation to return to full levels of activity. It's different across different facilities. So for example, facilities with gyms, as an example, are much more affected. We expect much more of an impact, not because there'd be restrictions, but because there's been a decrease in demand. So that is more affecting more the MDFs than HRM rec facilities. So there are some variations, I would say, from site to site and from the types of facilities that HRM has compared to the MDF, the volunteer board operated ones.
And so because the MDFs tend to be larger facilities and they represent proportionately actually a significant amount of our actual recreation footprint, if you want to call it that, the MDFs will have these impacts, at least in the foreseeable future, perhaps as we get later into 2022, 23, less so, we hope, fingers crossed. But, a lot of the HRM run facilities tend to be smaller facilities relative to a Zatzman Sportsplex, those kind of, okay.
Just quickly on that very point, the other piece that's a difference between HRM and the MDFs is that things like building services for us would be provided by a different business unit, so they wouldn't show up in the same way in our Parks and Recreation budget that they do for the MDFs.
Right, whereas theirs would be largely contracted. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Lovelace, go ahead.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Councillor Austin, for putting this on the floor. Our MDFs are tirelessly run by volunteers. They do an exceptional job to provide an important service, space for the community. So, I just wanted to say how important these groups are and how much time these volunteers actually spend to run these facilities. And thank you, Maggie, for making that, highlighting that difference with regards to the contracts that these volunteer boards are holding. From ice services to cleaning. They had to hire extra cleaners this year. They had to have people at the door looking at vaccination proof. There were so many new rules and regulations that these folks had to follow. These are public health orders, so they had to do the best they could do to keep the doors open and to serve the community. And there was just a comment earlier that was on I think around not knowing the finances of these groups. Our report includes the financial and operating statements of each of those MDFs, and any counselor is welcome to request, or anyone from the public is welcome to request the financial statements for those MDFs. So just want to be really clear that I fully support this, and I thank all the volunteers who have worked so hard over the last 2 years to keep these open and continue this year. So thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to close just on that kind of the conversation that we had there on what does the deficit mean for the MDFs? Because to try and simplify it, this is the way I understand it. The MDFs, if there is a deficit, because something in the budget turns out not as expected, then that's a deficit that ultimately is HRM's. But they can't plan for a deficit. They have to have a budget that's balanced. You can't plan for that. You can't plan to run a deficit that HRM is going to be responsible for. So if we don't provide an additional subsidy, then there's going to be some sort of impact on their operations. And I'll just go to Maggie. Is that kind of dumbed down explanation correct?
I would say much clearer than my explanation. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Well, sometimes being a layperson makes it a little bit easier. Thank you for that confirmation, because that's how I thought it operated. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. We have no further speakers on the list. Are we ready for the question on the $160,000 subsidy request for MDFs?
Question.
The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Absolutely voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
And 8, Councillor Smith. 4. Thank you.
I have 16 votes. I must have missed one. Okay. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion with our last speaker before the vote, and that is Councillor Morse. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Councillor Austin covered it with the MDFs there, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Question on the main motion.
The question has been asked on the main motion. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion. In Hamilton, so
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
Like I said, that's
16, Councillor Outhead.
Bye-bye.
Voting yes, thank you.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4, and 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. Thank you very much to Maggie and everybody else with the Parks team. Really appreciate that. Let's take lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. where we will be talking about planning and development. And Councillor Blackburn is, would you like to say something, Councillor Blackburn?
No, just a message for Ray to take care.
There we go. Thank you very much. We haven't seen you hold Post-it notes up to the camera in a year. So thank you very much, everybody. We will see you at 1 p.m.
We'll be putting up the holding screen and returning your microphones and cameras right at 1 o'clock. Thank you and have a great lunch. Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. We will be returning your microphones and taking down the holding screen. Chair Russell, the meeting can be called back to order.
Thank you very much, Ian, and welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session of the Budget Committee meeting. We are going to start with planning and development, and we have Kelly Denty here.
Sure.
Go ahead, Kelly. The floor is yours. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't want to hold things up. I just want to ask a question, and this has come up before, but I'm not sure if it requires, or maybe we're already having it looked into, but I'd like to, when we come back with, after we've done all the business units, I'm wondering if could we get a one page that shows all the FTE transfers like on one page? So it seems to me we deal with them each department by department. And I don't know, I know we've talked about this before. I don't know if that's been requested, but I'm just going to ask Jerry if we could, when we come back to look at fiscal and the BAL list, if we could have a one page that shows every department, the ins and the outs, the total FTEs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can, we'll certainly take that away and have a look at that. I think we can, it might be a little more than a one pager, but we'll try our best to articulate that it's a document that's easy to reference as you're going through the BAL and consolidated accounts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Kelly.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just stop my video. My business unit coordinator is going to run the PowerPoint, just, because why take any chances with today's weather?
And we can now see the slide. But we can't hear you. And we still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. We'll get through this. I'm Kelly Denty, Executive Director of Planning, virtually with our Business Unit Coordinator, Rita Clark, and of course, the Directors of Planning and Development's 5 divisions. Next slide, please. Okay, so to remind you, Planning and Development's vision is to lead HRM's transformation, ensuring our region is resilient and a preferred destination for people, investment, and new ideas. Our work is aligned with these priorities, and we are committed to delivering results that are valued by Regional Council and the community by improving and streamlining our legislation, processes, supporting tools, and technologies. So at this point, I'd just like to thank our 230 staff for their hard work and professionalism and dedication over the past year in delivering their services so effectively and capably. What you do every day is always amazes me in spite of ever-changing conditions, and it's a truly impressive body of work. Next slide, please. So relative to the 5 divisions of the service areas, right? They all work together to provide support and collaborate with other business units to accomplish our mission. So we have the division managers who are responsible for daily operations of their teams. We've mentioned to you previously that the Environment and Climate Change Group and food security staff will be moving out of the business unit starting April 1st. So first we've got, so after my shop with the Executive Director's Office, we have Business Services. That group is led by Margie Pike, and it supports business activities across all of our divisions. So the team identifies and implements process improvements. It supports internal communications and information management. So key focus areas in that group are things like our permitting and licensing software, fee rationalization, records management, and of course, frontline customer services. We also have infrastructure planning that is led by Peter Duncan, and that shop creates and oversees policies, standards, bylaws, and programs related to the ongoing management of infrastructure, growth, and development. So those key focus areas are strategic transportation, which includes insight or oversight of the integrated management or mobility plan, streetscaping, development engineering, and infrastructure or capital cost contribution charges. Then we have regional planning that is led by Eric Lusick, and that group creates and oversees the policy framework and long-range objectives for future growth and development. So that work proactively defines our regional settlement pattern and influences long-term environmental, societal, and economic resiliency of the community. It's a big piece of work coming out of that shop. That really sets the stage for everything that we do in P&D. So key focus areas there are the regional plan, the center plan, bylaw simplification, plan and bylaw simplification, secondary planning and master planning, the affordable housing program, monitoring the green network plan, leading the culture and heritage priorities plan, which is called the sharing your stories plan. And of course, the Heritage Property Program and civic addressing and commemorative naming. So regional planning and infrastructure planning together create that framework for major investments that impact future HRM capital budgets and operational service delivery, right? So public transit, road maintenance, et cetera. Current planning, led by Aaron McIntyre, administers and implements policies and bylaws for land use and property development. So those are the the pieces that lead to actual development on site. So as of right subdivision and development approvals, policy-enabled planning applications, and urban and rural planning program. And then we have, not last but not least, is the buildings and compliance team led by Andrea McDonald. So they administer and implement policies and bylaws related to building construction, licensing, and bylaw enforcement. So those key focus areas are, again, building inspection, minimum standards, bylaw enforcement, licensing. So those two groups together, they process a high volume of customer transactions, providing efficient and professional services to citizens, the development industry, and of course, other internal and external agencies and regional council. Okay, so that's who we are. Now we'll move into a little bit about what we do. So this is a snapshot of type and volume of activities and outputs for the 2021 calendar year. I'll just cover a couple of numbers on this slide. So, 87 planning applications. That's good news, believe it or not, because it's a reduction over last year. And that's a reflection of moving applications through the process, kind of more efficiently, but also fewer applications as a result of the adoption of the center plan, which uses site plans instead of development agreements. So correspondingly, the number of site plans has increased to 52, and that is up from last year where we had about 31. But that's as a result of increased activity in the regional center. Subdivision activity, slightly higher than last year, with us creating about 860 lots being approved. Permits, of course, we knew it was a very busy year for permits. So we saw permits for over 5,100 new units issued with the overall construction values of 1.6 billion. Which again is a huge increase. We had 1 billion, 1.1 billion in the previous years, and now we're at 1.6. So you can see that the growth is in fact, real, and it's reflected in the values that we're seeing. In-person public engagement continues to be heavily impacted by COVID-19, but we were able to have 7 virtual public information meetings with 193 attendees. By comparison, in 2020, we had 8 person sessions before the shutdown, and then 34 public information meetings. Changing approaches there result in us doing more work online. So we had 23 online surveys, which attracted about 52,000 survey visits and about 8,800 responses. So again, lots of good work there. Work in our heritage property program continued. Significant activity on heritage registrations. 13 new heritage registrations resulting in 11 properties. Again, in the previous years, we might have done 4 registrations. So activity is increasing there. 4 of those applications were made by owners who plan to add units to their properties through heritage development agreements that were enabled by the center plan. So it's worth noting that over 200 units were approved under this policy in 2021, and based on the current interest, another 1,200 residential units might be approved under this policy in the next 2 to 3 years. So we also initiated work on our 4th Heritage Conservation District, that's downtown Halifax, and staff are currently undertaking some community and stakeholder engagement and expect to return to council for approval next year with that plan. We also issued 52 grants in support of heritage conservation under the 2 incentives programs, totaling over $600,000 in value. So that project, that will leverage essentially $1.8 million in private sector investment on those properties. So also an important program. And Regional Council also improved a new incentives program for the 2 newest heritage conservation districts, Schmidtville and Old South Suburbs. So that program is expected to deliver about $2 million in cost shared grants for building repairs in those areas over the next 5 years. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Planning and development is a council report factory. So we produced 200 reports last year for regional council, community council, and committees of council. So that's, in addition to reports generated by motions that come from those committees, we do need to prepare a report for every planning application that goes to council. So, that averages out to about 4 reports every week. So we're always in the middle of a churn. Another growing area are access requests for information. So when I first saw this number, I said, that can't be right. Well, I was wrong. The number is correct. We did over 900 access information requests last year. 80% of those are real estate requests, and people selling properties. They want to know if there are any outstanding municipal issues before properties transfer. So that reflects the active real estate market that we have upon us. And also 25,000 service requests. So there are questions and concerns from the public regarding development, bylaw enforcement, and licensing. So and they're distributed among the various service areas, but one of the highest volume areas is the ones that relate to our folks in development approvals, where we had over almost I should say 7,500 inquiries come in dealing with requests for service. So that's significant volume as well, in addition to actual permits that come in. All right, next slide, please. So now on to some successes. So we know, again, business was anything but usual last year, but P&D rose to the challenge, and we've managed a significant number of successes in 2021. I can't list them all here, but I'll give you a flavor over these next 2 slides. The first round of our HRM Affordable Grant Program, Housing Grant Program, that's going to allocate at least $400,000 to nonprofits, was launched. So our recommendation report on that is due to come to you very soon. We've got a March delivery on that, so you'll see that. And that includes both grants inside the regional center as well as outside the regional center. And 3 new affordable housing projects were approved under round 2 of rapid housing, and that would bolster the original 52 units that were approved to about 85 units / rooms on top of that. So also very good work. Center Plan Package B was approved, and the review of the regional plan progressed, with council endorsing the strategic themes and directions report in January. To support that strategic piece of work for themes and directions, an in-house population study was completed by staff, and that just represents a significant growth in staff's capacity to produce this detailed kind of work. We simply wouldn't have been able to do that with our resources before, and it's just something that we thought we should acknowledge. Unit also continued to provide service to the construction industry by processing a significant volume of permits, despite challenges with staff turnover, retirements, the launch of our online system, and work from home challenges. Also less interesting to you, but maybe more interesting to us. All hard copy mapping was moved to municipal archives. So those are years and years of planning maps that would exist in, various formats, and they start to deteriorate after a while. So, but we move them to the archives, and they're there for the public to look at, right? So enabling more transparency to HRM planning data. We also, in doing so, digitized 500 hard copy heritage files for registered heritage properties. And also that provides additional public access to records. And we used to trot those things around with us in filing cabinets as we move from site to site, but it's good to know that they're available digitally, and they'll also be available for the public. And also, we processed thousands of files to organize them and prepare for the move of planning and development to Duke Tower in April 2022. That's a big piece of change that's going to come our way in a little over a month, where we're going to consolidate operations to Duke Tower, coming from Bayers Road and Alderney Gate, and it'll be nice to have the staff together to be able to collaborate in a more productive way than sometimes happens virtually. All right. Next slide, please. All right. Asset naming policies were also amended last year, right? And that falls out of the recommendations for the task force on the commemoration of Edward Cornwallis and for the recognition and commemoration of Indigenous history. Limitations previously existed in those policies that have been amended to allow us to do recognition and naming, appropriately for those groups. Various initiatives in transportation planning also advanced relative to work on our multimodal corridors, the Windsor Street Exchange, the rapid transit strategy, and transportation demand management work. The updated municipal design guidelines were delivered to you and adopted, and they support IMP objectives by providing more flexibility in street design to prioritize all users in all contexts. They reflect industry practices, and they consider safety, traffic calming, and sustainability. So really getting to that complete streets approach that the IMP was striving to see. Phase 1 of our permitting and online software was launched late in 2020, and then phase 2 of the program will do online services for licensing and compliance, and that is now nearing the implementation stage. Following phase 2, we'll have phase 3, which will deal with subdivisions and planning applications, and that will complete the 3 phases of the system. So we're on phase 2. And also in recognition of some excellent work done by engineering and planning staff, they were recognized by their peers and received awards for their work on the rapid transit strategy, as well as the Old South Suburb Heritage Conservation District Plan. So congrats to staff who participated in those projects and received the awards. And again, with so many businesses continuing to be impacted by COVID-19, the ability to maintain service to the construction industry, a key economic driver here in HRM, was critical. So our building engineering and compliance teams maintained field inspections by continuing to work closely with the industry and following protocols to allow inspections to continue safely. Okay, enough about successes. Now we're going to move into some of our strategic initiative areas. So in addition to our regular operations, these slides touch on key strategic deliverables for the coming year in line with Council's 2021 to 2025 strategic priorities plan. So under the heading of prosperous economy, P&D is going to continue work on the regional plan review consistent with the 3-phase work program that was approved under the themes and directions report, and we'll be returning to Council with deliverables in the spring and later in the fall this year. Plan and bylaw simplification with the approval of Center Plan Package A in 2019, Package B in 2021. The Regional Center now has updated policy in place. Significant achievement as well, considering that a lot of that policy dates back to, I believe the famous date is May 11th, 1950 for the Peninsula Plan. So that's long been overdue and replacing. So additional work will include the development of policy for the Downtown Halifax Heritage Conservation District and for the Cogswell lands, using the framework that was set up through the center plan process and the direction stemming from the regional plan. We will continue plan and bylaw simplification work for the remainder of the urban settlement area and look to modernize plans for those areas. This next one, the community land trust model, is a new one for us. in the business plan. So that comes as part of the National Housing Strategy Demonstration Initiative. So HRM, in partnership with various community organizations, has requested funding to develop a community land trust model. So a municipally scaled community land trust can increase the capacity of affordable housing stakeholders and provide stability and quality of life for prospective residents. So more broadly, the project can stimulate new thinking about housing and a deeper conversation about the significance of complete communities as they relate to health, equity, and opportunity. This is, like I said, a new initiative. The Housing and Homelessness Partnership has completed preliminary research into various models for this and identified numerous existing community land trust operations that could align with Halifax's needs. We're looking to Vancouver and the Community Land Trust of British Columbia. So the goal of this project is to demonstrate how a land trust can address the issues we've got going on here with housing in Halifax. Streetscaping. You're very familiar with the fact that we worked to complete the Spring Garden Road streetscaping project last year. So following its completion, we're going to do a pilot project that's going to start in June that will close the section of Spring Garden Road between Queen Street and South Park Street to vehicular traffic, except of course buses, between 7 in the morning and 8 at night. The pilot will allow buses to flow more freely through the area and improve the pedestrian experience, reducing traffic conflicts and noise, and allowing the public to fully appreciate the new streetscape elements as they visit and shop in the business district. Staff will complete a data collection program through that pilot that will inform a recommendation to Regional Council on the ultimate configuration of Spring Garden Road following the pilot, whether or not to continue on with that or how we would flow traffic in that area. And then, of course, rural land use planning. We have a rural planning team, and they are responsible to respond to rural land use matters that face residents and businesses in HRM's rural areas through work on planning applications and policy to help improve the economic, environmental, and cultural resiliency of our rural communities. Moving on to the communities umbrella, you can see lots of housing work here. So we're going to continue to advance a number of housing initiatives. So provision of housing is paramount to the success of HRM, as it's an economic driver, and it's a driver for attracting talent and business, right? As an urban, suburban, and rural municipality, HRM is faced with challenges of geography, supply, and servicing. Success in the provision of housing involves the provision of adequate supply to meet demand and ensuring that this supply is available in locations that will not create cost or environmental barriers to its provision. So the regional plan will spell out where housing will be permitted, while local area plans will speak to the form. As the municipality is the regulator of supply, our role is to ensure there are no policy barriers to the provisions of supply. So policy should include opportunities for market, mixed market, below market, and deep affordability in housing. So in support of the Affordable Community Strategic Initiative, we'll work or continue to work on the items listed on the slide there in 22-23 by removing land use policy barriers to support supportive housing and shared housing and ensure a consistent approach region-wide. That document's going to be coming to you relatively soon. Deliver the Rapid Housing Initiative projects, which will result in new affordable units constructed throughout 2021 and 2022. With 52 units, I mentioned this earlier, occupied by the middle of this year, and an additional 85 units by the end of this year. We will amend our planning documents to develop a short-term rental registration bylaw, which will include a focus on reducing the impact of short-term rentals on the long-term rental market. That's our folks in Airbnb. We'll continue to explore options to broaden municipal support for affordable housing through financial incentives and the use of surplus municipal land. And we'll allocate funds to successful projects for the Affordable Housing Grants Program, as I mentioned earlier. So it'll allocate the cash in lieu that we get for affordable housing in the center plan to affordable housing developments to registered nonprofits or charities in the regional center. And we're also going to develop and implement a framework for an inclusionary zoning program for HRM. We have now an engaged.
We lost her.
Did Kelly just drop for everybody? Yes, she did. Okay. Kelly, you almost sound like you're back.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you now.
You can hear me now? So I think
yes,
I dropped
we can.
Okay, I think I stopped at inclusionary zoning.
I think so.
Okay, you can still hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we are, we've hired a consultant to help us with inclusionary zoning framework, and you'll see that, as I said, hopefully mid-year to give us some direction on what you want that program to look like. Okay. Next slide, please. So to support safe communities, our team are going to work on the mobile home parks bylaws legislation and an operational engagement plan that will make changes to the building bylaw to
On again. Kelly, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
You had finished with the mobile home parks.
Yes. Okay. So we were going to be updating our mobile home park bylaws as well as our building bylaws to improve the processes and efficiencies. What I was about to say is that work had been planned for last year, but other priorities and volumes impeded success on that. So we're going to continue that work and intend to deliver that to you this year. Okay. Relative to the Sharing Our Stories Cultural and Heritage Priorities Plan, one of the main objectives of that plan is increased engagement with traditionally underrepresented groups, including Indigenous, African Nova Scotian, Acadian, accessibility, and newcomer communities. Staff have completed the first phase of this engagement process and have summarized the results in a report. So they're also beginning the second and final phase of engagement on the completed draft of the plan, and we'll expect to have this process completed by September and back to you for some discussion. Okay. Next, integrated mobility and the mobility strategic priority. So this is an area where there's often a lot of confusion between what happens in planning and development, what happens in transportation and public works, as well as transit. So essentially, strategic transportation planning helps to determine the actual growth pattern, right? The growth pattern of the infrastructure, and then transportation and public works constructs it, they will build it, and then transit will run their operations on it, right? If that helps. So again, I overuse this analogy, but I will. We dream it and they do it. Okay. So as you know, there's a lot of work going on in support of integrated mobility. So in 22-23, we're going to advance functional designs for Windmill Road and Main Street, and then preliminary designs for Herring Cove Road, section of Herring Cove Road, of course, not all of it, Upper and Lower Water Street, Roby Street, and Young Street, and Barrington Street. Work on the Windsor Street Exchange will also continue as the functional design is completed, and consultation with the public on community benefits takes place as in-person consultation opens up again. The consultation results and a preferred design option is planned to be presented to Regional Council in April. Following this, the preliminary design will be advanced and so on to target a construction start date. We're hoping in 2024. Okay. All right, next. So on to, with the energy and climate change team moving to corporate and customer service, planning and development will continue, of course, to support certain initiatives inside of our remit. So that includes things like net zero construction. We'll continue to build relationships and partner with key stakeholders to prepare for the release of the tiered federal energy code. Once that's released, the province will select a tier for Nova Scotia, which will compare against what we have planned for net zero in Halifax. And if that doesn't align, we'll advocate for permission from the province to require a more stringent tier. Relative to coastal and freshwater flood risk management, we'll aim to protect people and infrastructure from coastal and freshwater flood risks through modeling and mapping flood risks under current and future climate conditions, using green infrastructure solutions, updating policies, bylaws, codes, and design standards, stormwater management, education programs, and policies. Full suite of tools there at our disposal to try and tackle that one. On stormwater policy implementation, we'll begin to develop a joint flood risk reduction strategy with Halifax Water for the Sackville River, Shubenacadie Lake System, and Bissett Run, and to form a plan to protect critical infrastructure against climate and extreme weather impacts over the next 4 years. We'll develop a framework with owners of critical infrastructure to conduct high-level risk and vulnerability assessments, including municipally owned and operated infrastructure. We will also support the Critical Infrastructure Working Group to develop a framework to assess our vulnerabilities and prioritize the most vulnerable infrastructure for resilience measures. Okay, so that covers the strategic initiatives consistent with HRM strategic plans. All right, so now we're going to move into reporting some key performance indicators. But before we do that, I thought we'd share some census information with you that I've seen a little bit of this last week with the release of census information, but it's nice to remind folks as to what was reported. So as was reported widely last week, HRM had a population growth rate of 9.1% from 2016 to 2021. So that puts us in the top 6 of the national ranking of the 25 largest municipalities and ranks us higher than Toronto, Montreal, Mississauga, Vancouver, and Quebec. So just amazing relative to what we've seen here. And as to where this population is locating, the pie chart to the right shows that 33.5% to the regional center, 47% thereabouts is in the suburban area, while 19.5% is in rural HRM. And in 2021, HRM's downtown population was the fastest growing in Canada, sitting on top of the list at 26.1%. So I can tell you, when we developed HRM by design in 2009. It was intended to help spur reinvestment in downtown Halifax, but we never imagined that kind of growth. We were hoping that we would get a few cranes in the air, and notwithstanding some crane issues that are going on today, we thought 1 or 2 cranes that would be great. See some activity. So we never expected anything like this. We also didn't expect the overall growth in the regional plan. We thought 1% would be doing well, but we're quickly adapting to what we're seeing now with 2.5% growth rates and advancing work in a variety of areas to help support increasing housing supply. So we are, I like to say, we're swinging at every pitch. Okay. Next few slides are going to cover some of our operational key performance indicators. So these numbers reflect last year's permit applications. So the largest numbers there are broken down into building permits and construction permits, where building permits correlate to actual structures that can be occupied, used for storage. They have a roof, right? So including new construction, additions, and renovations. While construction, those are permits for other permit types that involve construction, but are not for buildings. So decks, demolitions, fences, signs, solar panels, swimming pools, etc. Okay, so as you can see here, permit volumes were very high, with almost 5,600 building and construction permits processed. And again, before our recent trends in growth, we would typically see around 4,500 permits issued each year. And just in terms of distribution, of the 3,362 building permits that were issued, just over 2,600 were residential, 641 were mixed use and commercial, 53 semi-detached, and 60 townhouse buildings make up that complement. I want to take a sip of water. You're probably tired of listening to me. Okay, next slide, please. So this chart illustrates median permit wait times for major and minor permits for the last 7 years. It also shows in the green line the volume of customer service requests over that same period, steadily increasing. As the number of service requests increases, so does the processing wait time for major and minor permits, because it's the same teams that are doing this work. So as you can see, the processing time for major projects, that's in dark blue, has been steadily increasing from about 11 days in 2015 to 21 days in 2020, with, of course, a tremendous spike last year to, yes, that's 47 days. So comparatively, permit wait times for minor projects, while moderately fluctuating, sit at the 11-day mark, again, with last year averaging out to about 17 days. So we know that last year's wait times were nowhere near acceptable. But this came as a result of a convergence of a number of factors, including higher permit volumes, increased project complexities, staff turnover, and changes resulting from our new permit online system. But of those factors, the most significant was staffing related. So overall.
And we have lost you again.
Okay.
Sorry, Kelly, you're having audio issues again?
How are we now?
Now you're good.
Okay.
Now you're good. You have just finished talking about staffing being the biggest impact to the chart that we're seeing in front of us.
Okay, good. I didn't say much more after that. Okay, so overall, what I'm saying is the number of hires or internal movements within our group was 97 staffing changes. And that's double from what we saw in 2020, right? So much of that was occurring in the staff that manage permits. So we're seeing these same kinds of trends across the organization, but the impacts to P&D is that many of the positions have a very long training period where employees need to become competent in complex bylaws and regulatory processes, and this can only be learned over time. So the good news is the new staff are learning quickly and they're up to the task, right? And the staff and the public are becoming familiar with the new software and processes. We've undertaken a number of improvements to our processes, and we've reorganized staff to help offset the pressures associated with these increased volumes and complexities. But we need additional staff to realize the wait times that I think are reasonable. So currently the median wait times over the last 2 months for major projects is 15 business days and 10 days for minor projects. And though those numbers are a welcome improvement over what we were seeing last year, they're also reflective of lower volumes of applications that are submitted this time of year. So my goal is to achieve a wait time of 10 days for minor permits and 30 days for major permits. So I'll speak to what's needed in terms of staffing later in the presentation when we get to our over slides. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so then this chart shows the distribution of construction value for the past 3 years by geography and by type. Construction values are higher in all areas from 2020, with the regional center seeing the largest change, more than doubling 2020 values. There's construction literally everywhere in HRM. So relative to construction value by project type, the graph shows significant increases across the board, with multi-unit buildings seeing the highest degree of growth. Next slide, please. All right. There's another graph showing the location of new units over the past 11 years based on issued permits. Construction permits and growth continues in.
And we've lost you again.
Yep.
So construction permits and growth.
Any better?
For now.
Yeah.
So you were at construction permits and growth?
Construction permits and growth continues in all communities with sharp increases in the regional center. So some of the buildings with the most units in the regional center last year were Richmond Yards. That's Westwood Developments project on Almond Street, the Kennard Southwest Properties on Lower Water Street, the Mills, another Westwood project on Queen and Spring Garden, and Work Live on Seymour Street in South End Halifax. Those are big projects for us. Okay. Now we're going to move on to some of the budget numbers. So on staffing, the budget you see includes staffing changes reflecting staff transfers to and from the business unit, as well as the addition of 5 new staff from the September 21 Staffing Resource Fund to create a team focused on planned growth. And the details of those positions are shown on this slide. So I won't go into detail, but they're there for you to read, and we can take questions on them later. Okay. And then the next slide is just an overview of expenditure and revenue changes from 2021-22 to our proposed 22-23 plan. And in a couple of slides, I'll touch on the summary of the main changes. Okay. Service area budget overview. So that's a breakdown by the various service groups inside of our P&D budget. Same numbers, just distributed a different way. And now on to the changes. So like most business units, the lion's share of planning and development's budget is at 84% of with compensation and benefits. It's mostly staffing. It's mostly people. So the changes that are shown here generally reflect a decrease due to a net decrease of 6.3 positions. That's net of salary increases. Projections that less than budget due to vacancies and the time lag to fill positions. And then various revenue adjustments based on the trend of actuals, except for building permit revenue, which is forecast of continued growth. So prior to the current growth scenario from the last 2 years, building permit revenue hovered around $5 million a year. So for 22-23, the budget is allocating just over $15 million. So again, another huge indicator of the growth that we're seeing. All right, next slide. And again, this slide just shows other miscellaneous adjustments that reflect various puts and takes throughout. 1.1 million decrease in contracting and consulting due to the energy and climate change group moving out, as well as the food security file moving to government relations, external affairs. Decrease of some money in building costs, also related to environmental assessments that go along with the energy and environment team, and then changes to some grant programs relative to where the money sits for affordable housing grants, whether it's in other fiscal or in grants. So again, money just moving around there. Okay, now the slides you've been waiting for. These are our options for over budget items. Still hear me okay? Yes, good. So they
yes, we can.
Okay, good. So what we have here, we have the items that were included in the regional plan themes and directions report from January. And this is work that's occurring outside of the regional plan review that requires additional study support, if you will, right? So what's listed here are projects that represent one-time costs for consulting work. They would support advancing master planning for future service communities for 4 areas: lands to the west of Sandy Lake, in Bedford, lands southeast of Morris Lake and Dartmouth, lands to the west of the Highway 102 corridor in Halifax, and the Akuma lands in Westfall. So we estimate that altogether, these lands could potentially accommodate over 18,000 new units, but study is needed on them to understand their servicing requirements and their environmental sensitivities, so that we can come forward and make recommendations on how those lands are going to be developed. The other piece there is, again, some support to run engagement and developing a policy framework for plan and bylaw simplification.
And you just dropped again. You had just started talking. We can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. You had just started talking about plan and bylaw simplification.
Okay. The interesting thing is I'm about 20 feet away from where Maggie McDonald and her team were this morning. So, and she went fine, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, running engagement for and doing a policy framework, essentially getting out there and starting to talk to communities about what suburban and rural plans look like to inform the bylaw simplification program that's coming forward. We also want to advance planning in Mill Cove and Bedford for a community concept plan that would support development in and around the future ferry terminal site there. So over the years, funds for these types of strategic studies have existed in the past when we were developing the regional plan and the center plan. So to continue with that kind of work that's needed to inform planning for these areas, additional funding for supporting studies is necessary. So like I said, this is what was in our themes and directions report. It can also be cut down in different ways, but essentially, a bit of money that's in reserve to help us with the studies that are needed to support the planning work. Okay. I'll move on to the next one. And then again, relative to what we're dealing with in permit volumes, right, to help offset the impacts of the volumes, the complexities, and allow improvements in wait times, we're recommending adding additional staff to support that, right, planners and building officials. So the value shown here would account for 10 new technical staff to support permit processing and include 5 new building officials at what's called a residential certification level. That's a new level for us at HRM. It fills the gap in between our assistant building officials and our building official 1 positions. So it would be able to complete residential inspections for 1 and 2 unit residential buildings, their accessory buildings, and decks with less training that is required for the building official 1 positions. And that would provide relief to the BO1s and the BO2s in carrying out this work and allow them to focus on more complex projects. So this is essentially another team to help support the permit work. All right, and next to last slide is just a page on risks. So relative to risks, we're just suggesting that our revenues might be a bit off because we're being quite bullish on them. So we know that things are trending upward, but the budget change due to anticipated revenues might not materialize for unforeseen reasons. So we may end up with a deficit to be filled. So And with that, that is the end of our presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. And I hope I don't cut out anymore, but we'll see.
No, I agree with that, Kelly. Thank you very much. It did sound like just momentary lapses, lag time or something. I'm not sure exactly what. So hopefully we will be able to move through that better as the questions can proceed. So at this point, Councillor Mason, go ahead.
Dun, dun, thank you.
There we are.
Oh, there we are. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having an entirely different technical problem, which is no matter what I do, my mouse and keyboard appear to be crapping out on me.
Maybe if you had a Windows computer.
It's actually a Microsoft product that's failing me, Mr. Chair. We can have that discussion over a beer later. I'll move that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to incorporate the Planning and Development proposed 2022-23 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying report dated February 9th, 2022 and supporting presentation into the draft 2022-23 operating budget. I so move.
Second.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just bringing up my notes. Okay, so my notes say things like amazing work, Kelly, is the first note there, and your team. And I'm just trying to get back to the screen so I can actually see my colleagues, but I apparently can't do that right now. It really is amazing work. Think about what we've gone through in the last 2 years of planning and development. We've had this massive ramp up of demand while our staff have had to move out of their offices, work from home on 4 different occasions, juggle having children who are maybe out of school, running around the house and all the other things, and people getting COVID or family members getting COVID and having to navigate all that. And so I think it's pretty impressive that things only fell as far behind as they did, which I know is not something that a lot of developers or folks are going to want to hear. But I think the fact that Posse, the new permitting system, was brought in at the same time as all these things were happening, and that we have managed to kind of get to where we are is actually pretty impressive. I am going to forego any further big discussions. I'm going to drop right into questions, and I am prepared to move the overs for the one-time ones right now. I'll leave it to somebody else to move the ongoing one, which I think is equally as important. But my question for Kelly is on the permitting process. Do you feel that we have a line of sight on when we'll get to? You've been saying before you want 30 and 10, 30 for major, 10 for medium, minor. Are we going to get there? Is there anything else that we could do to help get it there? And that leads into the next question, which is, for years, we've talked about raising fees on applications, and we have some of the lowest fees in the country, like drastically lower than most other cities who have the kind of complexity we have and the level of development we have. And we've always not done it because we wanted to get to a point that we could confidently say you're paying for high quality service. Do you have benchmarks in mind if we get to 30 and 10, and if we have some kind of benchmark for everything from greenfield to site plan approval, probably not this year, obviously, but next year, are we going to be able to talk about getting those fees up to where they need to be? And this ties into my next question, which is, I have never seen anything like the number of heritage applications we're getting. And because the oldest part of HRM is in District 7 and also a little bit up into District 8, we are getting the lion's share of them on the peninsula. And I'm wondering, I don't think we have enough staff there for the volume we're getting. I have a meeting every week with someone who wants to do your favorite thing, Kelly, a development agreement on a heritage thing. And that ties into, the fees and the staffing also. Are we on track with Port Wallace for April? Do we have the staff for that? I wonder if we should be, in the past when we had a rapid housing initiative come in, or we were going to do a greenfield like Port Wallace, or we were talking about the rural and suburban plan, it was a lot of the same faces who are working on the regional plan. And are we adequately staffed up for affordable housing, for greenfield, for regional plan, for rural and suburban plans as separate processes that need to be happening in parallel given the speed of growth? And I've heard that there would be a rural coordinator. I had to step in and out of the meeting because you made the joke about the cranes, and I've been like right in there finding out whether that was an issue, and it's not. To the public, the crane is functioning normally, and it's just weather vaning, and it's not in danger of collapse. It was inspected by the Department of Labor. We're fine. Fire is no longer on the scene. But there was talk about having maybe a rural coordinator. You may have mentioned that. I didn't hear it. Could you tell me something about that? And then finally, Mr. Chair, should I move the options now, or should I wait for those answers? I guess I should just move them now so I don't have to come back.
I would almost recommend moving one at a time. That way they can be discussed and voted on and considered one at a time instead of all together. But that is up to you, Councillor Mason.
I'll do them one at a time then, but I'll tell you what, I'll come back and I'll do them then. I'll let Kelly answer the questions we'll hear from some colleagues, and then I'll come back just to go through the future service communities, planning and bylaw simplification, and Mill Cove, all of which are one time and could be funded from reserves rather than a tax increase. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are great questions. So line of sight for major minor, yes, I do. We've done already process improvements. We've moved staff around. We've got a different kind of oversight happening and expedited process. We know we need more staff to bolster that and to account for changes that are bound to happen. The other big piece of that is working with industry to make sure that the information that comes in is clean and good and actionable. So I think you've heard other people talk about the Nexus card is the time or the lingo that we're using for that. But really that's about making sure that we're equal partners, and the industry is educated on what our needs are, and that simply helps us with our reviews. So I think that's a component that's not quite in yet, but we've certainly had conversations with industry. So I think it's tools, people, and processes. So I do have a line of sight for that. Fees, haven't been talking about adjusting fees at this point because, as you said, it was all about improved service before we increase fees, and we did increase fees a couple of years ago, which have caused certainly more revenues to come in. Could we look at doing that again? Yes, but I think that would be likely a conversation for next year, and especially factoring into the affordability issues that we've got going on right now. I don't know if now is a good time to introduce fees, but we take your direction on that. Can we use more staff? Yes, we can always use more staff, but I couldn't come to you and say, could we have 25 more staff? Because I don't think that's a fair and reasonable thing to do. So yes, we can use more staff to help out in these areas. There's no question. Again, I go back to the organization only has so much capacity to produce work, because it's not just staff in one area alone doing it, right? So that's why we have our planned growth team that got staffed last year. When we're in the process of staffing it, to be quite honest, we haven't actually been able to get that up and running, but that is the group that would work on those things that are in the over list, right, to do that. So Port Wallace, we continue to work on Port Wallace. There's some changes that are happening that are coming from the developer that we are working our way through, but no, certainly lots of activity and work to try and get that to you as soon as possible. So yeah, and a rural coordinator. No, I think what I said is we've got that rural planning team, and I want to acknowledge that it's still existing. It's still out there working on planning applications and policy work to deal with the unique rural issues. So that's what that was. I think that's it.
Yeah, that was it, and I'll come back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Kelly, for that great overview of the last year in planning and development. It's no secret that you guys have been doing some pretty heavy lifting for a long time, and it's appreciated. Just had a couple of quick questions. You mentioned flood risk study and the Sackville River flood risk study in particular. And I'm just trying to think back. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago now that Councillor Oathit and I think at that time it was Councillor Craig and I sat down with staff and looked at the maps. And at that time, I thought that we were in line to have that put to bed fairly soon. So I'm just wondering what the timeline is for that Sackville River flood risk study. And also just wanted to, when you mentioned the overs list, and one of the things that you wanted was a comprehensive study of some of the growth nodes, and that sort of spurred in me, how does a growth center become a growth center? Like, what is the rationale for creating them? What's the criteria to establish them? And is this something that we need to update using a complete communities lens? And just wondering if this is something is this part of maybe the regional plan review, or just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the Sackville flood risk study, it's suffered a lack of resources is what's happened. We've had to move staff around to prioritize some development files. I have been asking about that one myself as well. So we need to dig in and see what we can do to kind of reallocate some resources there. So I'll need to get back to you on that, but it bothers me. So we need to come back with that one. There's no question. And relative to growth centers, yeah, I mean, we identify those as part of the regional plan. So the ones we're talking about here are in the current version of the regional plan. So we're talking about doing the actual study that would advance, whether there's a go or no go on development of the sites. But if we were to bring in additional areas, as we've talked about, that's kind of phase 5 of the regional plan review. So those are the urban reserve areas under the regional plan, right? Making decisions to bring those in and to do those as growth centers. Again, depends on infrastructure, right? It depends on what it costs to service them and their layout and their design, right? How close are they to existing services? So regional plan's the guiding document.
It is, okay. So as part of this this greater study that you've asked for in the overs list, is that sort of part of what the study will uncover? Will it look into the history of how these areas became designated as growth centers, or is that work completely going to be with regional plan?
Oh, so it's the next level of review. So the regional plan has said these are the areas that should grow. But before we say, yes, it's a good time to go in there and put the shovels in the ground, we need to understand what the transportation networks look like, what the actual on-site servicing issues look like, what the watershed, capabilities are, what the sensitive areas are to be avoided. So it's that next screen down. So now if we go through that process and we find red flags, well, that will, cause us to scratch our heads and maybe come to you and change an approach and say, maybe these lands shouldn't be developed, right? Maybe we should look elsewhere. But based on what we know now, it's just simply in terms of location, proximity to other goods and services, we're saying these areas are ones that we should further examine.
Okay, because it's just so funny that this has come at this time, because I just yesterday I sent an email to Kate Green suggesting that I wanted to bring a motion to council asking for a report on growth centers and how the rationale was the rationale for creating them was established, and the criteria, that sort of thing. So I guess what I'm hearing is that I don't need to bring forward a separate motion at a meeting down the road, that this work is going to be contained either in the regional plan review or with this study that you've asked for in the overs column.
The work is being done, right? Like, it's really about the level of detail review that we're in, right? Yeah.
Okay. No, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that these growth centers were, that had been established years ago, using no real viable criteria. And, I thought maybe some of them were political decisions, or, so I just wondered if a deep dive had ever been done. So sounds like that work is taking place, and I thank you.
Just quickly before we move on, yes, the work's been done and there's lots of background studies. So you want to come in for 4 or 5 hours, we'll go through the studies that supported that with you someday.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Also a conversation over a beer. Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kelly, thank you for your presentation. Councillor Mason on Wednesday, when we were talking to Parks and Rec, talked about he has a whole lot of questions because he deals with Parks and Rec on a regular basis and gets work done that way, as I do and as I do with your team. But I do want to acknowledge your team. They truly are amazing. They're always willing there to help and jump in the car and go to see a developer, go and see a community, go see a resident, and explain things to me, a non-planner, in simple ways that even I can understand. might take them 3 or 4 times, but I eventually get there. So, truly, I would like to list the folks I deal with, but there's too many to mention. Just well done on staff. Can you give us a little update on our most favorite task force also? Have you gotten together? Are you looking at files? Are you able to share what applications they're looking at? Is there a list of applications? I will be curious, and you don't have to respond, but I was talking to some of your staff with regard to Port Wallace that was brought up by Councillor Mason, and they've been filling me in on that, of course, as they always do. Is that something the task force would look at? And so I do have a call I'll make into Peter Duncan about the task force on Port Wallace. But if you could give us a bit of an update, that'd be great. In your presentation, you alluded to the short-term rentals. Do we have a time frame when we might see that back? You may have mentioned it, but I missed it. Also around inclusionary zoning program, time frame, and can you give us a brief explanation of what that potentially could look like? So leading up until finally having the province saying we are going to have inclusionary zoning, the language many of us use when we try to describe that to residents is inclusionary zoning means if a development is going on location Y and they're going to build X number of units on that building, that we can say to them a certain percentage of them have to be affordable under our definition of affordable. So do I have that right? Am I simplifying that? Could you explain that? So because it's really important, because I think that's a critical piece as we move forward for affordable housing. And then I want to finish off on the over budget pieces of the permit application of 400K. I'm just trying to get my head around, if you were to have that 400K, what does that really mean? You talked about that's for staff, for a team. How many people is that? Who would they report to? If we gave you the heads up and handed the 400K today, how long before they're actually working? Because I think a lot of people, when we add staff, there's very few jobs that we have in all of municipality, few, but that once you hire them, they're ready to go the next day. That's not the case in planning, particularly because of the skill set, the process. I'm trying to understand what's the difference. If this permanent application team was in place, how do we measure the difference? How is that would be better than what we're seeing today? What could be the number of applications? How do we measure that? And my last question, Mr. Chair, and it's on the over budget. Councillor Mason, I thought he was going to put it on the motion for, but I guess he didn't. The future service communities, Councillor Blackburn asked about it. Councillor Mason said we could pay for that out of reserves. And so if somebody maybe from finance could explain that, because all along I think reserve ongoing things we can't do for reserve, but at one time that's how finance recommend that. So either you, Kelly, or rather the finance folks could speak to that. Could we cover that 1.5 million out of reserves? So those are my questions. And again, one more time, thank you for you and your team, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the task force update, as you know, I'm a member of the task force, but I'm not the chair of the task force. So I can speak generally relative to kind of the work, and the work has been in line with the two pieces of the legislation, right? Where the first piece of the legislation is to determine whether or not we can do improvements, rather what can be done relative to processes, what can be done for policies, administrative approaches to simply accelerate things. And the second part is the special planning areas, right, relative to whether or not the province wants to go in and draw a boundary and take direct control. So, all of that is in discussion. I can't discuss specifics because I'm not at liberty to do that, but what I can tell you is discussions have been very positive so far, and there are good conversations happening around that table, and it's all very positive in terms of what can be done collaboratively between HRM and the province to help advance supply. So that's what I can tell you so far on that. Short-term rentals, that is a work in progress. I don't have a date in front of me because I knew somebody was. You're going to ask me a question I don't have an answer to, but it's nearing. It's nearing. So I think it's somewhere in a kind of a couple month range that would come back. That's what we're looking at there. Inclusionary zoning, yes, we do have provincial approval to do that. We got the legislative amendments last fall. So what we're doing is working on what inclusionary zoning could look like for HRM. So we've hired a consultant to come in and give us some advice on that, because there's various models that we could take. It's been used in the US over a number of years. It's just started to getting used in Canada. And, you know, we want to try and get something that works for HRM and makes sense. But it is generally, as you describe, would require a developer to include affordable units in their building, right? So that's why it's called inclusionary zoning, because we're requiring them to include a component, right?
It is our definition of affordable.
And we would define affordability through this program, right? So yeah, and affordable is, as you know, it depends on a variety of income types, community income, and there's lots of information to gather there. So when we look at our density bonusing, it's based on real estate values in the regional center. So affordable housing is somewhat similar. We need to know, you know, what are the affordable units and where they need to be located. So there's that. In terms of the overs, the 400K, that is simply that's a financial risk. We're saying we could be 400,000 off in terms of our overall budget because we overestimated revenues. Our staffing needs for the permits, that's around 925K for about 10 staff. So
sorry, what was that number again?
900. It's actually 924,700 is what we've ballparked it at. Okay. So those are, you know, planner ones, planner twos, development officer, you know, residential building officials. Now, you know, technical staff that actually are doing the day-to-day permitting work. So yeah, hiring them is, you know, like any group right now, it's not easy to find folks, but you know, with school coming to an end in the spring, I think that's a good opportunity to get some of that staff, right? Because these are, some of them are entry-level positions, right? So yeah, I think we could get them on the ground as quickly as we can get anybody on the ground coming new into HRM. Yeah.
And the last one was the future service to communities.
Oh, sorry, I missed that was about the reserves. I'll let finance answer that, but my understanding is yes, you know, you can fund one-time things through reserve, but you should never fund ongoing operational items through reserve. But I'll put that over to Mr. Blackwood.
And Jerry, are you able to take that question on reserves and funding one-time overs?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and Kelly. Yes, she's absolutely right. We certainly don't encourage that ongoing operating costs be funded from reserves. Certainly one time may be a fit. Thank you.
Right, so just a clarification, I know my time is up, but Councillor Mason did not put that on the floor yet, is that correct?
That's correct. We are still on the main motion.
Okay, I might come back. I'll see. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Outhick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to start by saying that I couldn't agree more strongly with Tony's comments on the staff. I mean, not a day goes by, and it's not always days. Sometimes it's evenings, weekends, whatnot, where I'm pestering somebody in planning or in development or in compliance, and they are fabulous in our very busy and growing district. So thanks to you, Kelly, and but to all those tremendous folks that are on your team. First thing I wanted to do, Kelly, on slide 10 of your presentation, I was kind of hoping that I might have seen Bedford Highway Functional Plan under, and you and I talked about this when our strategic priorities came forward too, where I thought I might see that under current and planned initiatives. So just something to speak to in a minute, because I think we know with, and it all ties into regional plan and where I'm going to next, and our growth and other things that have been approved and that will be approved, that we've got to keep moving on the functional plan for the Bedford Highway. And I know Councillor Morse and I have met with some of your team a number of times on the urgency of that. So that's issue number one. I would have liked to see that on slide 10, but maybe I'm just misinterpreting where it should be. The second thing I would have liked to have seen, and it causes me some concern, is a plan, what I'll call it the center plan equivalent for the suburbs. And that is not going to be quick, easy, cheap, fun, any of those things. And I'm probably will need it'll probably need a package A, B, and C and everything else to recognize the differences between a Spryfield, a Bedford, a Sackville, a Tantall, and what have you. But I'd like to see, in the interest of updating how residents feel, but also in some, I think you would tie it in with simplification to some extent too, Kelly. I'd like to see a little bit more urgency put behind that, and perhaps you could update me on what that is, what the status of that. And then I think I'm going to have to put Mill Cove design on the ballot list here, although it kind of strikes me kind of funny that this included, you know, it's also tied in with the regional plan because it's a growth node. It's so tied in with the IMP. It's so tied in with the ferries and the rapid transit strategy. I don't know exactly why it has to be broken out. So maybe you can help me understand why it has to be broken out, and assure me that it doesn't slow down the library and the ferry that are presently being planned on the waterfront. And then I'll bring forward a motion perhaps to move that, or as Way mentioned, it probably should come out of the reserve because it's strategic planning. But anyway, I'll stop with those questions right now, Kelly, on basically the center plan, the functional plan, and Mill Cove.
Excellent. So relative to the Bedford Highway functional plan, that was done. So we don't list it as a to be done. It's really about the capital of building that out. That's the issue, right? So we do have a plan for Bedford Highway. It's just about getting that into the capital budget. Okay. And I think you know the report that we that's coming forward on advancing those multimodal corridors can get into that kind of thing. So I think that's where you look for the answer on that. Center plan for the suburbs is our plan and bylaw simplification program, right? So, that's what that is. And in terms of the study money that we're asking for, it's like, let's get out and start talking to the public about what this looks like. And we have a dream of harmonizing. I don't know how much harmony we're going to get, but
not in Bedford.
Not in Bedford. No. Lots of areas are unique, right? But we also don't want an entire patchwork of development regulations that are difficult to understand and interpret. Yep. So that's the work there. And then the Mill Cove design, that's about designing the development of the lands around the ferry terminal. So it wouldn't interfere with the ferry terminal itself. But we know that there's a desire to have transit-oriented development in that area. So what we want to do is take a step back and look at that intersection of the Hammonds Plains Road and Bedford Highway. Look at those quadrants, if you will. Look at access into the ferry terminal, and basically come up with a concept plan. Right, that works. Right. So, all right,
then I'd like to put that into the ballot because I think there's some urgency around this because I think it does dovetail with everything, the Windsor Street plan, the Bedford Highway plan, the ferry, the library, the regional plan. So I'd like to put that in with 200K into the ballot. I would like your thoughts on that, and maybe Wade could speak to this too, because I do think that he mentioned the same thing that I was thinking. Maybe there's a reserve could help with this, but I'll move it into the ballot for now and see if folks have some discussion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Outfit. That is the 200,000 for the Mill Cove planning and infrastructure design. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for seconding. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
I won't say too much more other than I think folks understand that we've been looking at a pile of rocks there for over a decade now in an area that's designated. Now, part of it was, I'll take the blame for some of that because we wanted to make sure were we going to have BRT, were we going to have ferry, were we going to have rail. Development Nova Scotia was going to increase the green space as far as and as well as some development, and what was originally proposed about 10, 12 years ago was very unpopular. They came back with a better plan, which is a little more popular, but then Council at the time agreed with me that we had to put on the brakes to see how we were going to move people in that area. And as Kelly, you said, transit-oriented development and what mode would it be? I'm comfortable, disappointed a little bit that it's one mode instead of another, but we won't go into that. But I do think that we now know what's going to happen. So it's time to figure out what we're going to do with the pile of rocks and how we're going to move the people that live around where the pile of rocks is, and hopefully provide lots of usage for ferries and BRT and whatnot along there. So I hope folks will support putting that into the ballot, and staff can come up with a funding source. Maybe that doesn't include a tax increase, is what he said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
So on that, yeah, I will be coming back my second go around. I'll move the other two, the future service community master planning and planning and bylaw simplification, unless someone else does it in their first go around. I support this. And I guess that's a question for finance. Let's just nail that down right now, because we're going to have that question about all three of those. That in the past, when we've had one time or versus ongoing, we've funded them sometimes, not every time, but sometimes through past year surplus or reserves or what have you. Are these items something that could be considered for that going forward, rather than putting them on the tax rate as they are presented as one-time expenses?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And yeah, that's kind of what we previously said. You know, one-time expenses, we can look at you know, going to a reserve as a funding source to not you know, impact the tax rate or the you know, the year-end surplus. So those are options that have been used, you know, to fund the BAL in past years. And again, it's within, you know, council's bailiwick to do that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I'm also glad to see you got your power back. The what a day for this. So I'll just say to council then, these are all three of these are critical strategic pieces that are potentially going to derail the economic and community success that we're having in Halifax. This unprecedented growth that Kelly's been talking about. You know, to get in front of and address the housing challenges, the housing crisis we have right now, and to continue to grow the city logically, we need to make these one-time investments like we did with Center Plan. And I think that these would be great investments. So I will support Councillor Outhead's motion. I will bring the other two. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Councillor Mason. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jerry. Councillor Purdy had indicated that she wanted to ask a question, but that has been answered. I don't see any further speakers on this motion.
Question.
So are the question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, I can support that.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative for Bedrock.
3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Or the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Councillor Cleary.
Okay, that vote.
Chair Russell, that has passed.
Thank you very much, Ian. We are now back on the main motion, and the next speaker on my list is the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kelly. I so appreciate your presentation. Lots of good information in there. It's been quite a year. I just want to echo what's been said about your staff. They are amazing. You know, in the rural areas, of course, we're dealing with development agreements, potentially in restricted growth areas, high congestion situations, Hammond Plains Road, very emotional and anxiety ridden for, you know, subdivisions that are just at the peak of not being able to get to work anymore. We've had a significant amount of work on their UTEC, plus the Highway 102. infrastructure work that was happening there. So there was a lot of intensity over this past year. We're going to see some more work coming down the road for infrastructure changes. I echo what Councillor Blackburn said. Sign me up. I'll come down for a full day. Let's take a look at those old plans, because I think what's happening here is we've got these old subdivision plans. We've got these, old kind of community plans and understanding from the county days, and old development agreements that have been sitting on the desk here for years and approved, but not moving forward. And so, when some of them do finally move forward, people are like, wait, where did that come from? We didn't know anything about it. And because of the significant amount of mixed use in our residential communities and residential neighborhoods, when some of these buildings go up that are not residential homes or single unit dwellings, people are shocked. So I'm in full support of moving ahead with the plan and bylaw simplification. There's, as I've mentioned before, in the 1970s, people were saying at the old county, yes, let's get that rural plan done. 50 years later, we still don't have that rural plan, and we're still infilling along the shoreline, and we're doing that because it's less than an acre. It's a small lot, so it doesn't fit within the bylaw the lot grain bylaw. And so that's really frustrating for people too. So we continue to send mixed messages when it comes to, what is as of right, what is a development permit. And then at the same time, as you know, we see these developments of new driveways and new roadways without any permits happening whatsoever. So it's far too much of a Wild West. So I do want to put the motion on the floor, Mr. Clerk, to take that $1 million out of reserves and finally get this bylaw simplification project completed and get this plan in place. And certainly what is a growth node, what is a restricted growth area, and understanding what happens if we have more as of right development in this restricted growth area. Adding more congestion to the roadway kind of defeats the purpose of having a restricted growth area, because we're adding far more cars and vehicles to the roadway without any transit. So anyway, I wonder how this.
Second the motion.
Oh, awesome. I haven't read the motion yet, Councillor, but
it'll appear in time.
It'll appear in time. So that gives me 5 more minutes. I like this. So again, I think, Kelly, when I just really want to get a better understanding of when we're talking about the rural plan and bylaw simplification, your team doesn't have it has a rural team, right? A rural planning team, but we don't have that rural coordinator. So if you can talk a little bit about how does that plan, how does this team work together with the consultants, and what's your vision for community consultation during this process?
Okay. Well, so part of it would be the consultants who provide us with an overview as to how they would go out and engage the public. So the rural planning team is a very kind of specialized team that responds to applications and deals with some policy amendments at the same time. The overall, planning framework for the rural areas, that's what falls out of the regional plan work. So plan and, yes, I'm sure the, various teams will work with the consultants on this kind of work. But the idea is that we would get some outside expertise, help us advance that work by getting out and starting the conversation with the communities. We just, kind of like what we had for the center plan, right? When you think about it, it was huge amounts of engagement for center plan. We went out, we workshopped it. Same thing when we did HRM by design, right? So that's sort of, let's talk to communities about what they're looking for, right? So that we can try and respond and make the plan relevant to them. So I can't tell you exactly what it looks like, but the consultant will help us look through that, and of course use staff experience in informing it, because we know a lot. We just don't have the ability to kind of take on that work in addition to everything else.
Right, absolutely. And of course, other municipalities also trying to get a MPS in place, which they've never had before. So there's a lot of consultation taking place across the province. So Mr. Chair, I'll put this on the floor. I move that the Budget Committee include $1 million in additional funding costs associated with plan and bylaw simplification within the proposed 2022-23 Planning and Development proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating over budget option for consideration.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Do we have a seconder, or Councillor Mason, would you like to second it again? You would like to second it again?
Second it again, please.
Okay, so I've said enough. I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you, Kelly.
Great. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace, for putting this on the floor. And my question for you, Kelly, is I know Councillor Lovelace spoke specifically to rural. I noticed in the slide deck that it's ongoing upkeep and suburban plan and rural plan. Just want to hear a little bit more around what you would envision potentially for the suburban area, and because District 3 is a combination of several, but mostly suburban, and Cow Bay always on the fringe. We're never sure what that really is being looked at, what lens. So could you comment on how that could potentially impact the work that might happen out here? Because one of the things that I do know, specifically to the Eastern Passage Cow Bay bylaws, is that they've not been looked at in a very long time, and an awful lot of growth has happened out here. And it is, as you would know, and because I've had many contacts with your staff on, as well as yourself, on some of the challenges we're having out here, but it's overdue. And I'm just wondering if there is a way that if this funding were to go through, could we see some action on that?
Yeah, to be clear, the idea is that it would apply to, everything outside of the regional center, right? So it's the next phase, right? So it's the suburbs, it's the rural areas, it's what's left over, for lack of a better, right? So it includes Eastern Passage, Cole Harbour, Westfall, all of those kind of old county serviced areas, as well as the rural areas. Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kent. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, with this, with the $1 million added for the bylaw simplification, kind of where this fits in with the regional plan review, and as well, I made a motion a little while ago about looking at the areas within the bus rapid transit walk sheds for updating secondary plans. And I'm just wondering how this might relate to advancing that work and where it fits with the regional plan.
The two of them would work in tandem. I mean, we were expecting that the work on the regional plan would direct this, and I think the regional plan will still do that. This was really about getting out there and getting some engagement to help inform that as well. So I think it's a hand in glove situation. So it's not that they would be disconnected. It would be additional support to get out there and start engaging with community and get some information and just socializing what this project could look like.
Okay, that's great. And that kind of addresses the second part of my question, which is taking off on where Councillor Blackburn was heading around these growth areas and looking at them through a complete community lens. So while I recognize that, there's environmental assessments to be done and infrastructure considerations, another key component of this is the visioning. Jerry, I think your mic is on.
If I can interrupt for a sec. Yeah, Jerry, please stay muted.
Sorry there, Chair. Is really looking at the vision for these nodes. So it's not just an exercise in how many units can be approved based on infrastructure and environment, but we're actually doing the work to create those complete communities that have community services that are walkable, that support transit and all that other good stuff that we always talk about. So is that, when we put this $1 million in there, is that the kind of approach we're going to be embracing in these bylaws, in the bylaw simplification? Will that be like embedded in there somehow?
Absolutely. I mean, we've got direction, right? And of course, the regional plan goes there. And I'd like to think that we know more now than we did in 2006, but it's always been about mixed use, walkable, complete communities and what those look like, right? So again, some areas embrace that, some areas don't. we want the public to support what we're suggesting is a good development pattern. But absolutely, it's not throwing out the baby with the bathwater here. It's about advancing that complete communities approach and not just going back to a traditional form of single use subdivision development. That's not what we're trying to achieve here.
Okay, great. That's good to hear, and I support this this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. Next on my list is Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Kelly, thank you so much for the presentation and all of your Q&A skills. And thank you to our Deputy Mayor for putting this on the over as well, because I wholeheartedly would support it. I do have a question. And sometimes I think this is just a matter of process about business plan and budget, because we kept hearing that the suburban plan, the rural plan was going to come after we finished that first piece in the regional plan. And then it's just a little irksome to see it come as an over budget when you think this should be part of what we're actually doing, right? So there's a little disconnect in that, but I'm starting to understand that the budgeting process and the business planning process, sometimes how they interconnect is an interesting story. But I would wonder, one, when it goes to the budget adjustment list based on what Jerry had said, that then it may be prescribed to come from reserves instead of onto the a burden to the tax. So to see if it would come from reserve, I would want to know that if that's part of what would come when it goes to the balance to the budget adjustment list. And then the other thing I would ask is there is such a need for this, and we all know it. There are certain projects that are in process. Is there any way that once this work gets done, does it get to pause so that we don't end up, approving things that 3 months later, your engagement is done, you find out all these beautiful things, but we had to live with an old rule. So how are we going to manage both of those things, please? And thank you, because I know you guys are going to do a phenomenal job and there's going to be changes. So.
Okay, first I want to be clear in terms of what we're talking about here. So we're not talking about delivering the plan and the bylaw simplification program in a year or two kind of thing. We're talking about getting out and doing some engagement so that we can advance that piece of work while we're doing other work. We're also, our main focus is the regional plan, right? But, and this work would logically come next, but we're saying perhaps we could run some consulting work off the side to advance some community engagement on that as well. So, because it's an important piece. Again, finance staff will tell you how to fund everything that's on the BAL list, and there'll be a variety of mechanisms, right? So Jerry can jump in and correct if need be, but you don't have to worry about that at this point because they'll tell you how it should be funded, right? If you actually want to pay for that additional piece. And the second piece was yes. So what will happen, and this always happens. So, and I remember these words when we were doing the orientation when the new council was elected. It was, because I knew it always comes up, right? Everybody wants to stop what's happening now so that we can think about it and then do something good later. You have to apply the law and then you change the law. So there is no way to kind of take rights away or stall rights. People have the right to act on the permissions that we've given them. And, the law is very prescriptive in that way. And there's transitions, and, you've got to have faith and acceptance that, people deserve to be able to develop their lands based on the rules we've given them. And they also have to deserve the ability to be able to transition to new rules, right? So we can't just stop it, but we can help them transition. So I know that's not the answer you wanted, but that's the way it works.
Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward, Deputy Mayor. And I will be supporting it, but I wanted to get an opinion on this from Kelly and then perhaps from Jerry. The $1 million, we're trying to be careful that we don't make the 4.6, 5.6. We'll be looking at funding options. Maybe there's a reserve, maybe there is the surplus that could be used for this. But what about the idea of spreading this out a little? To put it quite bluntly, I don't know that you need to spend $1 million in a year to really move the needle on what Councillor Lovelace wants to do here. Do you have a thought on whether half of that, a quarter of that, 3/4 of that would get things moving in the right direction, and then we sort of space it out a little more? So just opinion from you and Jerry on that, if you wouldn't mind, Kelly.
I think that's fair. I think there's a possibility of maybe breaking it down. I mean, we do have a further breakdown, but this was the aggregate because this is what was in our themes and directions report. So not to do this to myself, but we could come back with a briefing note that kind of breaks it down, and that might help council make some decisions. That might be the way to go.
Do you require any additional direction to do that, or amendment or anything, or could we just agree that that would be part of the briefing note?
I believe we were looking for motions on briefing notes. I'll defer to the chair on that.
If the briefing note can contain that division of what would be able to be done in a first year and a second year, if you're looking for $500,000 or whatever the breakdown you'd like to see, if Kelly can take that away, that would be great. But I'm comfortable either way. It's whatever she is able to produce with that. Kelly, how would you like?
So
I don't know if Councillor or Deputy Mayor has any thoughts on that, if it's a friendly amendment, or if Jerry has any thoughts, but I think I'd like to look at options to keep this moving without necessarily committing that it has to be the $1 million at one time.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would just
absolutely.
I would suggest that that's a fair point, Councillor. I would also note that chances are we're not going to be able to hire a consultant until much later in the year anyway. So I think that, you know, looking at this is probably going to be, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Kelly, but it's probably going to go over 2 fiscal years. So I'm not really sure that it's necessary, because yeah, this is a significant amount of work that's needed. We're a very large municipality with a lot of bylaws, so I would just think we're going to be over 2 fiscal years anyway. So I'm not sure that it's necessary.
So maybe the motion could be up to $1 million or something like that. But anyway, if we can give some options to come back, maybe that would be better. Just to rather to try to position $1 million right now when we've got so many other things we're watching, but certainly support the spirit and the need of this.
I'm okay with an amendment. There is.
Yeah, I would agree that's the best path forward on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jerry and Kelly and Deputy Mayor and Councillor Outset.
Thank you, Chair.
We have no further speakers on this motion. So are we ready for the question on it?
Question.
Question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
And 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Smith. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, colleagues. A couple of things I want to talk about have already been addressed. So really quickly before I go into my questions, as we always do, Kelly and your team, thank you. And being in a district where development seems to never stop, I'm in constant communication with your folks, and they're always more than helpful when I need them. And I think sometimes we also forget about the small things that happen with planning and development. And what I mean by that is the small conversations that happens with community organizations and groups and residents that planning staff take their time to do and respond to. So a big shout out to all the folks who try to do their best to present information and help the residents when they are looking for information. So I'm wondering 2 things. One is related to permit application, and I'll talk a little bit on it because I do want to put for the over, but I have questions, so I'll save that for when I put it on. What I am wondering though is thinking of, now that we have center plan package A and B, so center plan is complete. One of the things that I've talked about many times, and I've talked to you about it, Kelly, and other staff, is are we getting to the place where our development officers are getting more comfortable with the regulations that are put out within center plan? Because again, we're going to be relying and have been relying on our development officers to approve pretty large developments without the same type of engagement that we were used to, and that's what we want. But at the same time, you know, I've said in the past, I think it'd be great if we had architects and engineers or drafters or whatever who could just do a quick breeze over to make sure that, again, the intent that we have with center plan is what we're actually building once things get approved. So I'm just wondering, how has the team gotten more comfortable with center plan?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the acknowledgement of the little things, because yeah, I think when I mentioned the 25,000 service requests and 7,000 of them are in there that belong to that team, right? I think that's where the little stuff comes in. So it's important work. Yeah, I think the development officers are getting comfortable. Anytime you adopt new regulations, there's an adjustment period where you've got to, you know, you have unintended consequences. That happens. There's no such thing as a perfect plan to perfect bylaw, and we adjust those, but there's also good communication between the staff who drafted, the plans and the bylaws and the staff who are operating them. And that's only going to get stronger as we have our teams together on the same floor when we have our office move, right? So I'm not concerned about having an architect or an engineer. I mean, because the plans are supposed to be ones that can be interpreted by anyone. Now, of course, not everyone is going to interpret bylaws on a regular basis, but I think our staff is well equipped to do that. So I believe they're getting there, and certainly the development officers are they're very good at what they do. The staff underneath them are new and changing and learning, so you're going to see some adjustment there. But we're getting there. So like anything else, right? It's just going to take some time to adjust to the new rules. But I think we're in a good place and getting to a better place.
Thank you. So, Chair, I'm going to ask that we put for discussion the over budget item permit applications and approval, additional staffing for discussion.
So this would be the one on slide 23. This is the $924,700.
Yes.
Over. Okay, thank you. We're waiting. Ian, if you wouldn't mind posting that in the chat. And do we have a seconder for that motion?
Second.
Second that.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smith, on that.
Thank you. So this one is kind of, I see the benefit of it, and I know how important it is for us to get these permits in the system and approved as quickly as possible. And again, as I mentioned, being in my district, North End, it's rapid, and I know how many permits are in the queue because I hear from developers all the time that permits are in the queue. So I get the importance of it. What I do think about though, and this is where maybe you can help me out a little bit, Kelly. So when I look on page 20 of our report, it says increase to building permit revenue of 7.1 million, and we did increase our fees a few years ago. Would you say that if we were to approve this, we would be able to handle more permits, which would then mean we'd bring in some additional, not sure how much, but some additional revenue because we'd be able to process more permits? Would that be a good analysis of this, or really trying to deal with what we have now and get us caught up?
It's really about the wait times as opposed to the eventual issuance of the permit. So, there's always a certain amount of permits that come in that don't get approved for a variety of reasons because we're waiting for revisions or what have you. But potentially, yes, could you put more through? If there's always untapped permits that are out there, right? So people, a lot of people don't bother to get a permit because they think that it's going to take too long, or they don't want to spend the money on a permit. But if we started to get a reputation and the industry supported that permits are, you can get a permit in 2 weeks, right? And there's the benefits for getting a permit, then yes, you might realize some more revenue. But right now, really, this is about, let's keep up and let's get to a consistent 10 and 30-day standard, right? And we're still staffed at an old volume. We did add some staff last year, but it wasn't enough, right? It wasn't enough
Right.
for the volumes that we're seeing now.
Okay. My hope was that there'd be some offset, which, as you said, you kind of explained this potentially, but not really. It's really to kind of deal with the folks. Okay. The other piece of it too, which is not directly related, but somewhat related, is the software. So we've had, again, conversation on this many opportunities, and I want to commend you and the staff, because I have heard from industry, and you really started to work directly with the industry to work out the kinks as you start to do the updates and work on that. So I just want to commend you folks on working with the industry a lot closer on this round to really help deal with the kinks. And so we're not getting those late night and early morning phone calls of when they can't submit permits. So I want to commend you on that and hope that as we go forward, maybe with some of the, if this gets approved later on down the road, that might be able to fully solidify that program and get folks more comfortable to submit permits. So that's it. Well, if there's more information you think might be useful for us when it comes to the budget adjustment list, I'd be happy to see more, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. So on the permit application motion, which, by the way, Councillor Smith moved that the Budget Committee include $924,700 in ongoing funding associated with permit applications and approval, additional staffing within the proposed 2022-23 Planning and Development proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating over budget option. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, colleagues. I know I missed a vote there, one vote back. Funny story. I actually went down, got out my generator, started it up, ran a cord up to my house, plugged in my internet and computer, and then my power came back on. So I had to run down and shut it all off. So Murphy's Law is awesome. So on this particular one, Kelly, can you give us a sense? So when you look at that chart in your presentation of waiting time for permits for major applications, minor applications, 40 odd days for major, 15, 20 days for minor. That was 2021. Where are we now? Because based on the discussions I've had with various people in the industry, from small contractors to major developers to consultants who work for those and planners who work for those developers, a lot of it seemed to be COVID related, with staff working from home, not having access to files, turnover in the department, the new system, and delays related to transitioning to that new system. Is it possible? Are you able to quantify, if you get this additional staffing, can you say what those permit days or waiting times, that median time, would come down to?
So yeah, my goal is 10 days, right? 10 business days for the small projects and 30 days for the major projects.
But would this staffing allow that to happen?
That's the missing component, we believe, right? So we're already fixing processes and changing staff around to try and manage things differently. Another part of it is working with industry to make sure that the applications, the information that we get in is workable and doesn't require a lot of rework and back and forth. And the third leg of it is we just need extra support to keep up with this amped up volume, because we just have an aggregate of volume that we can't possibly get at that's going to meet anybody's approval time. Now, I think, yeah, I might have cut out at this point in the presentation, but for the last 2 months, numbers have been pretty good. Like we've come down to reasonable processing times for each of those. But I think that's a false sense of security, just because our volumes are down this time of year, right? So
when you guys transition to the new electronic application system for permitting, was there a commensurate business process analysis that happened? So in organizations I've worked for in the past, especially quasi-government organizations, whenever new software has come in, there's always been a business process analysis looking at, okay, here's your old system, an application. I'll give you an example at St. Mary's for admissions. An application would come in from a student, it would touch 11 different hands and go to 11 different places. When the new system came in, it went down to 7. And so you had these efficiencies. Did you have the same kind of business process analysis when you brought in the new software? And has that made it more efficient, or are we still using the same processes under a paper system with an electronic system? And are there opportunities to actually find more efficiencies by changing our business processes?
So we didn't pave the cow path. We did make changes, but there's always room for other changes. So that's the part that we're working through now, right? So there was what everybody thought the system would do, and then there's what the system does, right? And then there's mindset changes relative to the old way of doing things and the new way of doing things. But we definitely did take the opportunity to change workflows, and we've done that. But there is some adjustment. But there's also just a huge volume that are coming in, and that the old staffing complement can't process. They just can't keep pace with a reasonable amount of industry wait time. But we've certainly done what you're describing with this system. Yeah, it's never, I've been in implementations in the past where you've just taken the paper system and turned it into your digital system. That's not what we did here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Kelly, permitting was one of the things that I was going to bring up on the main motion, so I'm glad that it's here. Thank you very much. One of the things that, curiously, just today at lunchtime, so I took a phone call from someone who, has been waiting now almost 3 weeks for a permit, just on a garage in the backyard. A professional person, not a big deal. But what was unfortunate was that, so this person works with all kinds of other farmers, rural and all that kind of stuff. What was really unfortunate though, was that they were told that there is no way to get your permit in person. You could only do it if you use the online system. But if you owe HRM money, we'll meet you someplace and we'll take your money. So that was a really sad day, right here at lunchtime. And I'm sure we'll take it offline and we'll figure it all out. Absolutely. But the big question is it true that if a person in rural HRM that does not have internet, how do they go about getting a permit? So is there not a way that they can come into one of the HRM centers? And
I've heard this before, and it disturbs me greatly. So
yeah, I would think.
Yeah, you can put this on a billboard somewhere. You can absolutely come in. You can meet with us. We will walk through. We don't anticipate that everybody has online capability, and no, you can come in. And I need to know more about that. So let's plan to talk, and I'll get some details from you.
Yeah, no worries at all. But I just wanted to give that the airtime to make sure. I knew that the answer was going to be yes, we will, but it was important for it to be said by you. But the wait times, though, it does seem that maybe for individuals, I absolutely agree that the industry is felt very, very supported around working through some of the kinks. But I do find that, just the resident that's looking for a permit, I think I have bothered your team more maybe than anyone in the last year around trying to work through permit issues with people. So whatever we can do that's going to be able to make that better, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a big change for us, and customer service is key to all of this, right? So I've got expectations that need to be handled and managed as well around this stuff. So we're getting there, and more to come on this. We're not done. More to come. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
I was just laughing, and I think Paul, you or Chair Russell, you saw me laughing because I think that would be a great KPI in next year's planning and development, a ranking of councillors who bug you the most, or contacts of staff the most in planning and development. Because honestly, like my thought was, I don't think Kathy's the worst at all. I definitely think I would be in contention. So thank you.
Challenge accepted.
It'd be a race to the bottom there. So. I support this. Of course, I support this. it's not just about developers or new projects or greenfield or big buildings. It's about my neighbors who were having trouble getting permits for a deck, right? I mean, like, this is what happens when you grow. You need to put more resources in. There is a maximum that you can expect staff and systems to get to, even through efficiency and management, before they're just at capacity. And so permits is definitely something we need to put more money into, and certainly it's not just building, it's getting the final inspections or the stages of inspections around, like a retailer who is opening, who's trying to go through those stages to get a permit, to close the permit to construct the new retail space. So excited to see this go forward. I guess my question, to help put some comfort in the minds of some of the councillors and the mayor, would be, surely our revenue has gone up if our applications for permits has gone up. Like, what's the delta between now and a year or two ago? Because it seems to me that this is a reinvestment in a growing part of our business, if you will, rather than just throwing more money at it. Like, we have more money coming in. What's the delta, Kelly? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so overall in permit revenue, I think we're increasing our expected revenues next year by 7 million. So around 11 million next year. 15. I was just confirming my number. So yeah, and where before we had netted around 5 million a year. So yeah, revenues are definitely going up, but the corporation looks to
Yeah.
looks to
So
use some of that as
revenue is
well.
up 5 to 10 million,
10 million.
and to maintain that, we need to put in 1 million is pretty easy math for me. So I will support this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking to support this as well. There's no question that staff, to me at least, there's no question that staffing really is probably one of the primary areas where we need to do better. And as other councillors have said, we consistently hear the challenges. And Councillor Daigle Gammon's question kind of leads into where my thoughts are going, where certainly since almost a year and a half that I've been back at the table, and that's all through the pandemic. So we know that impact of that and the slowing down of responses and things. But last year, I think we increased the complement of staffing, looking forward again, which again, when I look at it, think about it in my mind's eye around what's happening. So we have people in the planning department retiring. So then we might shift people up, those experienced we need to shift up. Sometimes we'll shift laterally. I can imagine the juggling that potentially has to go on at certain points for you to make sure you have all areas covered. And I think that certainly has been intensified over the last couple of years. So we're looking at and we're talking today about the challenge of getting human resources on board, but then we need time to onboard them and orient them to the roles. And and I'm wondering how much of the impact can we expect from perhaps brand new employees to the municipality, and what they're facing for their knowledge built, depth of knowledge that they bring, and then building into what are the platforms they're going to use, what is their support systems for them, their educational time frame. Because I know as counselors, certainly for me, my go-to is often to defend the staff, your department, because I know you work really hard and you deserve our support, but to defend that staffing resources is difficult right now, and try to be patient. People who are frustrated, they don't necessarily hear that. But so I guess for me, and it's not something necessarily I would specifically draw on for a response to residents, but it will help me understand how much of what we're challenged with is that piece of where we are really, are we bringing a lot more people to the table from outside the organization, or are you able to fill within the organization that gives them a shorter onboarding period? And how much of that is at play here?
So it's a bit of all of that. So there's going to be a certain level of new employees to HRM. It takes time to onboard them and train them, but also just even if you've worked elsewhere, HRM's its own unique animal, and it takes time. When I started, I remember it was about 6 months, right? Is what we used to put out there. Is it would take you to kind of just become oriented with the work, right? That was the expectation. We're probably somewhere still around there. It might be even a little bit longer, just because there's much more complexity now than there used to be then. The way we're managing that, though, is creating our teams through geographic area to create specialty. We are not trying to create a one staff person who knows everything everywhere, because, again, just the ability to get to that level takes so much longer. So there's that, but there's also a lot of internal movement as well. We do, we're very lucky that our staff, they'll start out in a certain area and they'll advance and move in other areas, but they typically stay within the organization and they typically stay and grow within P&D. But yeah, it's a complexity. There's, pieces of work that it will take time, but, we have to onboard staff. We've got a good training program. And again, the fact that we're all going to get together again in a physical presence when we move our offices to Duke Tower, I think will really, really help out. And doing this virtually, I don't know, maybe I think everybody struggles with it, and that's certainly not been in our favor over the past couple of years. So hopefully this, the worst of this is behind us, and just being able to get together and to work to capacity with the expertise that's around us will get us there.
Thank you. A very quick final comment, Mr. Chair, just that you've expressed that the improvement that we've made, but maybe we haven't even seen the full extent of what that increase last year. So we need to be patient in how long you need it as a department to really get this to where we are seeing the full benefit of these investments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. And thank you for that information, Kelly. We don't have any further speakers on the list, so are we ready for the question?
Question.
The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor?
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. It is 3 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break and return at 3:10.
Thank you.
We'll be putting up the holding screen and blanking off microphones and videos. We will turn it back on at 3:10. Thank you. Good afternoon. The time is now 3:10. We'll be taking down the holding screen and returning your microphones and cameras.
Thank you very much, Ian. I would ask that councillors turn the cameras on just for a second so that we can see that enough people are here that we can proceed with quorum. Perfect. Let's go ahead. Thank you very much. We are back on the main motion. The next speaker is the mayor. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Kelly and the team. You know, one of the things that some folks may not know is for years at budget, we would say to the planning department, even some of the more budgetary hawks like Russ Walker, Laura Lee, Councillor Outhet, we would, and myself would say, look, if you need more people, tell us. And we were told, no, we don't need more people. It's just a matter of vacancy management. So I guess it's a good news that we're getting this request for people. To say it doesn't concern me would be not correct. You know, if we approve all of these things, that's $4 million over and above the 4.6% that's going on the ballot. So that's probably, I don't know, close to a cent by itself. I won't ask Jerry exactly, maybe 3/4 of a cent on the tax rate. So it's a concern, but I support putting these on the ballot for 3 reasons. One, it's not final. We'll decide this when the time comes. Number 2, it's needed. But the other reason is that I think that there may be some help on the way. Kelly's committee, and Kelly, the work that Kelly's done, folks, in the last 18 months on the rapid housing, I'm talking personally as well as her team, but personally, the work on the rapid housing initiative, getting those 2 tranches of funding out the door was amazing, and the work she's done with this housing panel, along with the other members of the panel. It's a lot of work, and it's a ton of work, and I'm sure it's no lack of stress for you and Peter Duncan, Kelly. So thank you for that. And I do know you've enjoyed it by and large, or it's a lot better than it could have been. And that the chair, I know I talk to every now and then, is a reasonable guy. But I've also heard the Premier asked at a press conference and mused that it's possible that they would consider HRM asking them for money if it sped up the planning process. So I'm not going to ask you to comment on that, but I know that at the very least that's been mused about. And the other one is federally, the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, folks, which the government's committed to, is a $4 billion fund. So think about that. It's, you know, it's 1.5 times the gas tax. There's a lot of money potentially there. And one of the purposes of the fund is to give money, and I'm quoting, directly to municipalities that demonstrate an ability to speed up new residential construction. The money's conditional, but Ottawa says cities and towns can apply for funding by doing things like reducing approval times for construction, updating dated zoning bylaws, and building housing near public transit, all of which we are doing. I know that Jacques has had discussions with his fellow CAOs in the Big 8. It's certainly been a big topic of discussion for us at the big city mayors and with Lindell at the board of FCM. We've had meetings with the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister, Minister LeBlanc. So there's a real potential there for funding to come in and help us pay for these things, because what we're doing, Kelly, it seems to me, ties in perfectly with those goals that I stated. So that's a potential to help us, and we need to take advantage of that. You know, one of the reasons I was concerned about a 5.9 rate initially was I do believe that there's money coming potentially from other orders of government. Some came yesterday, folks. It wasn't the biggest news out of Ottawa yesterday. It hardly even got it into the news. But the federal government announced support for transit operating that could be very significant. We've got to talk to our colleagues and friends in the provincial government because it requires provincial involvement. That potentially could help us reduce the tax rate significantly that we have to charge, because it's not for capital, it's not for reserves, it is for operating costs, for money that we've lost, and we all know that we've lost money on transit both last year and projected $5 million going forward for this year. So Kelly, I certainly will support these issues going to the ballot. We have to look at the bottom line, but this is an area that has got a return on investment for the city in a very big way if we get it right. your folks have scrambled hard over the last year working with the new IT that you've been using, the new software. So I'm supporting these to go to the main, to go back to the BAL, and we have to do everything we can. And I might just ask Jacques, if Jacques here, if he might speak to very briefly to discussions that they're having, because I know that we've met with political officials, and I think what we're doing ties in with this new accelerator fund. And Jacques, you've had a number. We don't know the details; they won't tell us, but they've stated what their goals and ambitions are. So, Jacques, I think we have potential to get some money from that federal fund.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the chair, I totally agree. You know, the conversations we've been having at my level have been pointing to encouraging the federal government to come up with programs, some monies to help us accelerate approvals and improve systems and those kinds of things, amongst a bunch of other things, right? So the whole housing spectrum. So I'm encouraged by that, and I was very encouraged by the announcement yesterday by the federal government, and you know, looking forward to conversation with the province as to whether they will take advantage of this generous offer by the federal government.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jacques and Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hensby, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Kelly. I want to first of all say thanks to you and your staff in regards to all the inquiries you've been handling from me as well as my residents in the rural areas. It must have been one of the weirdest summers I ever had this past year of how many people were looking for permits. And I guess it's all the COVID related, and people had extra time on their hands and extra resources on their hands to get some of this work done. So I'm glad the backlog of permits are being caught up, you know, from building garages to extension on the home or building decks, whatever the case may be. It seemed like there was a whole gamut of a backlog of permits. I'm glad we're catching up on those. My question is Ross Road realignment. Money's been approved in the past for acquisition. I want to know what the status of it is. You know, this is one of those roads that we've been talking about for years. It's been in the budget for years. So I think it's time to move on it. I believe the new property owner has been very receptive now to moving forward with the corridor. I want to know how negotiations are coming along. I want to know when we have the design ready and hopefully go to tender within a year, because it's long overdue. I'll wait for that, and then I'll have some other questions.
I was thinking that was going to be the only question. Relative to Ross Road, the functional design work that we're going to be doing for the Main Street corridor this year will feed into that. And we've had, as I understand it, some very productive discussions with the landowners and their consultant about how to integrate that design with the property. So for now, things are good. We can't talk in detail about land acquisition, but my understanding is that things are going well relative to Ross Road realignment, and that would dovetail in with the functional design for the Main Street corridor, as well as the regional planning work that were identified.
Kelly, you just froze up on me, or did I?
I think you might have frozen.
It's all good. You're both back.
We can still hear both of you.
Councillor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
For a second there, so I wasn't sure what was going on. I wasn't sure if it was you or me.
I'm not sure what you last heard.
Last heard was the fits in with the functional plan for Main Street, which is my next question in regards to the status of that. I think it's long overdue to get that functional redesign plan. This is the gateway to the Eastern Shore. We have to put that center lane capacity, left turning lane capacity in through the Kuma property as well as Memorial Gardens. You know, we've done it for the rest of the street. We might as well complete the street. So at this time, capitalize the opportunity of extending the sewer line. So I guess a sewer line capacity study has to be a part of that process. So I wasn't sure if this is going to be part of the Westfall secondary planning process or East Dartmouth, whatever you want to call it. So I want to know how that is fitting into the game plan.
So the two parts of it are the functional design for Main Street, right, which will look at the corridor as well as the regional plan work on the Akuma lands, right? So those two pieces will tie together, and we'll be able to figure out what changes would occur in that area. And then, of course, Ross Road would dovetail into that. So everything is in scope from what you're describing to me. We probably should have an offline conversation just to make sure you understand how all the pieces would fit together.
And a quickened timeline too.
Always a quickened timeline.
And my last question is Muscatava Harbor Development Plan. We approved to go forward with the planning of that in regards to getting on to the next phases. There's also supposed to be money set aside for the wastewater design, but I think it's more of a, my opinion, is more of a drinking water design. Wastewater can be done elsewhere, but drinking water supply is important for the Muscatava Village, as well as the streetscape design. So I didn't see any of that in your presentation. We approved that about a month or so ago, or 2 months ago now, and I just want to know where it's fitting into the model for your work plan for this year.
Okay, so we would identify that as operational, so it wouldn't necessarily fit into this plan, but what we should do is meet up with you and kind of talk about how that's going to flesh out over the coming months. But yes, next steps would fall out of that direction that came in November.
Last question is regional plan review. Hopefully we'll get rid of the private road ban once and for all.
That will be part of the consultation on the regional plan and the plan and bylaw simplification, but the time to discuss that is part of the regional plan review, and it has been noted that you are interested in that item, so we'll be sure to not forget about having that conversation on private roads.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get started as well, I want to offer some more comments about my experience so far with staff and under your leadership, Kelly. There's no question that, and I know all the other many of the other councillors have spoke to the degree of which we admire and respect and have good engagement with them all. I want to put a special shout out to Erin McIntyre with her elevation of a new role. She's really, I think she's hit the ground running, and great decision. She's always been very she's our go-to person, certainly within this area. And I very much appreciate it. But all the staff, when I reach out, if I often say, this is a wide cast. If you're not the person, feel free to move me along. And they do, or they're really good about stepping up where they can just get me a quick answer. So it's really great. So you're doing a great job on that, and I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate you and your team. So my question's a little along the same sort of theme as Councillor Hensby, except that it's around the Portland Street functional plan. I want to ask what can you tell me around what your plans are for this year related to that? And it's my first time with this kind of larger project, and I remember Councillor Cuddle hit the ground running on that one. As soon as she came in, a lot of work had been done, but there was still some more to do. And so I'm not familiar with really even the timelines of how this can roll out. Can you help me with that a little bit?
Try to unmute here. Yeah, so I mean, the next step for that functional plan would be to come back to council with a preferred design option. So, and I'm not exactly sure where that is in the continuum. This might be the first time I'm going to defer a question to Peter Duncan to give an update on that. But we would, it's always about dovetailing the planning in with the corridor design, but that should be slated to come back this year. I'm just not exactly sure of the timing. So if that's allowed Peter time to walk over to the laptop and get ready for the question. If not, I can stretch a little more. Just let me know.
Can everybody hear me okay? I should ask that question first.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Peter Duncan. Yeah, the Portland Street functional plan's taking us a little bit longer because after the public consultation, we decided to go back and tweak some of the AT features of it. We expect we will be back with council hopefully in May, and we will look at the functional design options for Cole-Harbour Road, as well as the relationships of Cole-Harbour Road to the proposed Shearwater connector.
That's great, Peter. Thank you. My understanding was, at least from the beginning, was that there would be another layer of community engagement, because we did one layer at the very beginning. would it be reasonable to think that that's coming forward again in some capacity before council or after council?
No more community consultation before we come back to council, and possibly more after that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Does that cover it? It does? Okay, super. Thank you. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So kudos, oh my God, to the rural team. Thea Langell, Shane Bipod, Stephanie Shalom, Claire Tooz, they are such good people, and they're so helpful. I really do appreciate it. And also kudos to Peter Nightingale. I think it was Councillor Smith who earlier said, you know, there's also, it's the little things and not always the big things too. And I did give a shout out to that team because they helped somebody be able to stay in their home who was a single parent. Kids got to stay in their community. Like, so it is the impact of what these people do. And it's felt at a very real level and on the ground. So we really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And the rural team is, they're very busy. There is a lot happening. And I know, you know, the growth nodes that are out in my district, and you know, the rules were set years ago and now they're coming home to roost and people aren't all that happy. And so your team has had to put up with just mega amounts of questions, and the professionalism with which they answer is just, it is to be commended. It really is. I'm always impressed by them. People don't always get the answers they want, neither do I, but they are given the proper information for us to be able to move forward. So I really do appreciate that. I'm a little worried though that I think that there's some vacancies, and I'm just wondering how quickly, because it burdens the other staff that are left, right? And so, you know, there's the stress of the job anyway, but then when they've got somebody else's job on top, and I'm just wondering what you, Kelly, what you think might happen in terms of filling those vacancies. And just as an aside, Councillor Kent, Erin McIntyre has a phenomenal Cape Breton connection. Married to my cousin, just need to say. So of course she's awesome. Thank you very much.
No favoritism.
Just happy
if she does a phenomenal job, it's not favoritism.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to the question on vacancies, yeah, I mean, we try to fill vacancies as soon as possible. There's not a case of where we're, you know, holding positions open or that kind of thing. So, but yeah, it goes to the churn that I mentioned earlier, right? There's a, you know, a fairly steady staff turnover, and there are domino effects that happen. But yeah, we'll do everything within our power to fill those vacancies as soon as we can, because yeah, you can't really have a you know, weak links in the chain aren't really tolerated for that period of time. We need all the support we can get. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle Gammon. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kelly and team. All right, I have a bunch of notes here, and a lot of these things have kind of been addressed as we've been moving through the discussion this afternoon. Just a couple things. One was about, you know, it's great to see the heritage program taking off and all the new buildings that are getting registered. You know, it's been wonderful that this has been happening in our downtown where there has been so much redevelopment pressure. But as we're seeing more and more houses protected there, I'm wondering about what is being done about expanding this program outside of the peninsula to other communities. Particularly, I'm thinking of our historical coastal communities that have played such a big role in this municipality over the years, and are under threat not just of the heritage buildings themselves being lost and either through being torn down, as we actually saw the province tear down a heritage home in Prospect Village, but also in protecting the character of our coastal villages, as they play such an important part to our rural identity. So I'm interested in how you know, how we're promoting that and how we're engaging with other communities around getting people registered and signed up for some of this this funding to support the maintenance and repair of these important assets. The other thing I just want to, you know, again, commend everybody on the work they've done around emergency shelters, amazing work. And as well, it's great to see in the report all the references to Halifax. I think at the end of the day, when we're done all these business plans, I'd love to see like a consolidated report from all the business units with all the actions, you know, relating back to the Halifax plan with the actual action numbers. So we can see like, you know, some kind of progress report overall on Halifax, because I think when we add it all up, it's going to be quite significant and impressive. And so good to see people looking through these lenses as they're developing their actions moving forward. We talked about, already talked about the planning piece. The other thing I wanted to note was I see in the business plan, there's something in there for the Herring Cove functional plan from Glenora to Greystone, but there's no mention of the Herring Cove functional plan from the Rotary to Glenora. So the first section, that's supposed to be going to 90% design. So the Glenora to Greystone, I think, was moving into preliminary design. And the other section was going to 90% design. And I'm just wondering, did I miss that in the business plan, or where are we with that in the year coming up?
Okay, thanks. So relative to kind of heritage properties outside of the core, I don't know that we have the ability to do a lot of promotion, but we certainly are willing to always engage with property owners about what heritage protection look like, but also, you know, protecting cultural landscapes. That kind of umbrella document umbrella work is going to come forward with the cultural and heritage priorities plan, right? So I think that's going to feed into these other areas, and as well as plan and bylaw simplification. So, you know, just like you've got historic districts in center plan, you're going to have historic and cultural areas through plan and bylaw simplification. They're going to be identified through that program. But yeah, I mean, if you're aware of properties that you know that are worthy of registration, you know, please don't hesitate to reach out. The Heritage Property Program applies to the entire municipality, right? And we do have funding available. So, you know, obviously properties have to be registered, and people don't necessarily want to have registered properties because they think it might constrain them, but they don't necessarily also understand the benefits. So we're always available to talk with homeowners about that, or property owners about that. Herring Cove functional plan. And so what happens is when we do our strategic plans, we talk about things that are coming forward. So this is the next piece. The 90% design has already occurred. That would have been in last year's plan. So we don't kind of keep a running tab all the way through relative to how the IMP projects are coming forward. But I think that, you know, that omnibus report that we're going to put forward on accelerating the corridors, that'll probably give us a good opportunity to just actually map out where all the segments are. So we know, okay, is this in functional or preliminary or 90? Where the heck is this? And, you know, it's not that it's lost. It's just that it's moved from one kind of area of tracking to another area of tracking. So hope that's helpful.
Oh, yeah, great. Good to know. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. Go ahead, Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Kelly, I appreciate you and your staff. As a relatively new councillor, I go to planning all the time. And I probably have them on speed dial as well, because sometimes, you know, I can't make head or tail of what's going on. So they're very patient and very helpful, and I appreciate them. A couple of questions I had was, in your report, you had something about mobile home parks, legislation and operational engagement. I'm not sure what that means, because I have a couple of mobile home parks. And my other question was, we're talking about net zero for new construction. And I'm just wondering how that would be implemented. Like, what would it look like in, say, the next couple of years to achieve that? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the thanks to staff. the planning stuff is yeah, it's hard to, it's yeah. There's always a lot of questions, so don't feel bad about reaching out. Relative to the mobile home parks, what we're talking about there is really looking at modernizing the bylaw. So there's mobile home park bylaw that's in place, but there's also older ones that are in place in Halifax and Dartmouth. And you know, they set out licensing standards, but they're really out of date. So there's two pieces of this where we want to go away and look at those bylaws, but at the same time, we also want to implement the bylaws, right, and get back to our regular program of licensing. So we know there's more that can be done, and we just haven't been able to kind of advance that work with the volumes that are going on. So it just means, you know, because there was a standard of licensing these mobile home parks to make sure that streets were, you know, in proper shape, right, that the parks were maintained, you know, they had proper traffic control, that their sewer and water systems were functioning, the power service was in good shape. So we just want to go in and look at that and try and bring that up to kind of modern standards. So that's that. And then relative to net zero, that has to do with the federal building codes and energy codes coming out of the national building code. So those things are going to be set by the province. And we really just want to understand what net zero looks like coming down at the federal level, how that's going to align with what we see as emissions at HRM based on the Halifax plan, and hopefully that what the federal government tells us is something that's going to make sense for our emission targets that we've got under Halifax. And if it doesn't, then we're going to say, you know what, we need things to be more stringent because you haven't quite gone far enough to meet our goals under Halifax. So I don't know just yet, but the point is we're waiting for the federal government to tell us which way they're going to go, and then we'll adjust to that.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Stoddard. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask about the, and I know there's some crossover here between Kelly's group and Brad's group, the streetscaping piece and the tactical urbanism group. And you know, we did some really kind of innovative work there about 2 years ago, you know, with slow streets, and you know, of course, we've been doing those kind of curb extensions and pop-up street modifications. And I know that's, you know, the folks working on that have been primarily in Kelly's group, but then we didn't really seem to actually do much of anything in that group this past year. And I know we are short a couple of people. I mean, we lost Tanya Davis got poached away from us to develop. And I know that there's one or two other vacancies there. I'm just wondering what's going on with that program. Do we have the people actually to carry on? What's the plan?
Yeah, and I'll start, but I also might ask Peter to jump in on this one, just because it's, you know, the horsepower comes out of his shop to some degree. But a lot of that work had to do with, like you say, the slow streets, but also doing demonstration projects ahead of capital works, right? So Peter, maybe if you want to kind of jump in and speak a little bit to tactical urbanism and what was happening last year and what you see future years, because I know there's been conversation between what transportation planning does versus what transportation and public works does.
Thank you. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We did have a little bit of a slow year last year. I'm not in a position to give you a detailed list of all the work that was done. We did some in downtown Dartmouth in advance of the pavers, some of the side streets just up from Ochterlony Street there. This year, what I can tell you is we have on the plan for candidates that are under review, areas like Ochterlony and Creighton, Jubilee and Preston over in Halifax, and McFatridge, Alma, and Dutch Village Road. So those are candidates that are under review now. But to your point, we did have a relatively slow year last year.
Do we have a plan to fill the vacancies there? Because we're going to keep having slow years if we don't put new people to fill the gaps that open. I mean,
yes.
I know it's a small group, and when you lose two people out of a very tiny group, you're left with, and you have one person that's basically working full time on Spring Garden Road. I wasn't surprised that we basically then almost nothing else occurred.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we do. There should be a couple of postings actually come out very, very, very soon.
Okay. Thank you. I hope we can see that, because I mean, the sticks in the road. Man, you want to get polarized reactions. Some people love them because it is trying something new. It is taking action outside of rather than telling them, well, you got to wait 5-10 years until there's a paving project. But Jesus, it was a red flag for other people. The other one I wanted to ask about was just the streetscaping assessment work that was done, because I always try and look at things from a big picture perspective. But man, sometimes it's hard to silence the one voice on the side that's whispering about, you look at the capital plan and, you see, well, Argyle's got, budgeting for ongoing maintenance work, as it should. But we didn't have any of that work done for the earlier generation streetscaping projects, and they're in bad shape. And I understand we were doing a project to assess the condition of them, to look at the assets on Portland Street, the assets on Gottingen Street, that kind of first generation stuff that didn't have any plan behind it. Is that work now complete?
The work is not complete. It is underway. We're talking to the bids now to try to identify some of the candidate streets, which may be the next streets.
Yeah, I'm not meaning like new streetscaping. I'm meaning because we did have in our plan a project to assess the condition of the existing assets, and it was on the list I think last year, and then kind of never heard another peep on it. And for someone with broken assets, getting a list that actually says, yeah, they're very badly broken, was something I was very keen on. Yeah,
no, sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Yeah.
No, we that work did not get carried out. That was one of the things that fell by the wayside.
Is it part of this year's work?
Yes.
Okay, I will continue to be patient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kelly, for meeting with me this week. I think you answered a lot of my questions already, and I feel the same way as my colleagues that you have a phenomenal team. I just wanted to ask something that came out of transit, just follow up on something that came out of the transit discussion the other day, that there's not a whole lot going on from the transit end on BRT. And that concerns me because so much of the work that we need to do on increasing density and that sort of thing around, there's a lot of plans to increase housing density around BRT routes. And so I just wondered if you could comment on that, and if there is work going on from your side this year on BRT and where that fits perhaps with the regional plan. And also, I didn't see a whole lot of discussion about advancing the Green Network Plan in your business plan. So I'm wondering if you could touch on that as well, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Relative to the BRT, the plan was intended to map out a routing plan, but that we would need to get funding, obviously, in order to carry out and implement that scheme. So the multimodal corridor work lines up with a few of the corridors. Some of the corridors it's not necessary, but it's really about having those conversations with other orders of government to determine funding for those programs. But multimodals really start the path of getting that work in place, and so we can start running the buses. And sometimes you can actually just run BRT with existing corridors to some extent, right? So but it's a starting point. So it really is about having a plan at which you can talk to the other levels of government about funding. And I think those talks are active and underway, so it's good news. Relative to the Green Network Plan, yeah, our job right now is to do the monitoring and liaise with the other business units to make sure that the actions are carried out in their plans. And we're having an update to the Green Network Plan coming to you in the next month or two through CPED. But also we will be taking the key pieces of the Green Network Plan and embedding them in the regional plan. So you're going to see that in the draft regional plan that comes forward at the end of the year, that's kind of the key deliverable, taking those pieces and giving them the force and effect of law through the regional plan.
Okay, that's great. So the process is for the Green Network Plan is CPED, then to council, and then is there another step in between then it becoming finalized in the regional plan?
So that's just the update to the Green Network Plan. It's already underway relative to embed those pieces from the Green Network Plan and the regional plan. We've already got direction to do that. So that's just part of the work program that's being carried out now.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. We are starting down the list for the second time, so let's go to Councillor Mason.
I think like many of us, I got a window open watching CBC Live. Sorry about the delay there. We haven't moved the 1.5 million yet, I don't think, have we? The future community master planning?
That's correct.
I see a head shake from Kelly. I move the budget committee include 1.5 million additional funding costs associated with the future service communities, master planning, baseline infrastructure study, and environmental assessments for Sandy Lake, Dartmouth East, Highway 102, Acoma, Burnside, Sudbury, 14, and Ragged Lake within the proposed 2022-23 Parks and Recreation proposed budget to the budget administrative.
Planning and development.
Sorry, yeah, I'm reading from the one Ian sent me before. That's my fault. He actually told me to correct that. Not from Parks and Rec. Maggie will be relieved to know, but from Planning and Development, the Planning and Development proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating over budget option for consideration. I so move.
Second, Mancini.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. I heard Councillor Mancini first. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
I feel like we've talked about all three of these sufficiently that I don't need to go into it anymore. I mean, these are coming. We need to invest in them. This is a one-time, so it will not result in a tax increase if we decide to take it out of reserve. This is the kind of thing that reserves are actually for, unlike I would argue some of the things we've used them for in the last 2 years. So I would ask council to support this so we can come back for a fulsome discussion when we get the budget list. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason.
So question?
I don't see any further speakers. Okay, Councillor Morse, go ahead.
Just a question. There are pending studies for the Highway 102 related to Blue Mountain and Parks Canada, and there's also a pending study related to Sandy Lake. So I would like to see those two postponed and the other four go ahead with priority. Pending those reports, but perhaps Kelly could comment on it.
I can't speak to the parks piece because I believe that's through Parks and Rec, and I don't want to go to there. But relative to the work on Sandy Lake, that's already been procured as far as I know. So we're moving ahead with as per council's direction from last December, if I'm not mistaken. That's the one you're referencing, Councillor?
Oh, I see. I thought this was an additional study on top of the work that's ongoing for Sandy Lake. So I thought it would make more sense to wait for the planning work until the original Sandy Lake study was completed.
There might be less work that needs to be done on this as a result of that study, but I wouldn't suggest that the two of them would necessarily completely align. So I think this is separate and apart from the work you've already directed on the Sandy Lake lands.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. I don't see any other comments in the chat. Are we ready for the question?
Question, Mr. Chair.
The question has been called. Go ahead, Ian.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oates.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yep.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Now voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
And 13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That motion has passed. We are back on the main motion. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And really quickly, Kelly, can you just talk a little bit
more about the inclusionary zoning in working with, I think you said a consultant. My concern around inclusionary zoning was the fact that we as HRM, we've had so many competing priorities, and I know that we've been touting inclusionary zoning and shouting on the rooftops that we want it, and now that we got it, we still have a million other things that we're working on, and creating new regulations and policies is a huge undertaking. So I'm just wondering, with the consultant, I'm not sure if you can mention who that is or not, but I'm just wondering what you expect the consultant to be doing to support inclusionary zoning and creating those regulations.
Okay, thanks for the question. So it's the consultant to come back with some framework options for us to bring to you for direction, to bring to council for direction, because yeah, we need some outside advice, because we've never done inclusionary zoning before. So it was one of those, we've been asking for it, but it's one of, oh, I got it, now what do I do with it, right? So we want to make sure it's the right thing and it's something that works for Halifax, because there's different models all over North America, and yeah, we want to understand that. So I don't know if I can mention who it's been awarded to yet. I can get that information to you, but I believe it's just been done. So we want to get back mid-year with some information on that for you.
All right, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How about I unmute myself? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Go ahead, Councillor Tuttle.
Oh, it's okay. Asked to be removed. I have Councillor Mason put the motion on the floor, so I'm all good now. Thank you.
Holy smokes. I have no further speakers on my list.
My lord, question.
The question on the main motion has been called. All in favor? Yeah, kidding. Go ahead.
Is it
Ian.
Friday?
Oh, I hope to God it is.
Beginning with District 15, Chair Russell.
Yes, for everybody.
16, Councillor Elhead.
Yes, except for 40 more questions. Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yeah. Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
Or
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yupper dupper do.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
And 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. That motion obviously passes. Thank you very much, Kelly and Peter and everybody else in planning and development. We really appreciate your information and your patience going through the questions this afternoon. And thank you to the rest of staff as well. Thank you for staying on the call for this and helping us out, especially Ian and the clerk's office. You have done a phenomenal job. We are pretty much finished for the day. We will see you next Wednesday. Can I please have a motion to adjourn?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your help. Move to adjourn.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outfit. We stand adjourned.
Have a great long weekend, everyone.
Good weekend.
Happy